Streets for a rare and regal occasion, the arrival of their Majesties King Charles III and Queen Camilla. Today, King Charles will make history as he reads the speech from the throne in the Senate chamber, the first monarch to do so in Canada since his mother, the late Queen Elizabeth II, did. Twice during her reign, in 1957, then again in 1977 during her Silver Jubilee.
The speech from the throne marks the formal opening of a new session of Parliament, in this case the 45th session of Parliament, and it is aimed at outlining the government's priorities for the months, perhaps years ahead. This visit, however, isn't just about that. It comes at a really pivotal time for this country. Prime Minister Mark Carney's newly elected government faces mounting economic pressure in a trade war we have become all too familiar with the United States.
The Prime Minister personally invited the King to deliver the speech, a move many see as both symbolic and strategic, especially following controversial remarks from President Trump suggesting Canada could one day become the 51st U.S. state.
Now, here is how it's all going to go today. Their Majesties are set to ride in a horse-drawn landau that will start at the Bank of Canada. 14 horses on one side, 14 on the other. It's going to go along Wellington Street. Then they are going to head into the Senate. They will be greeted by a 21-gun salute. The King will inspect the honor guard, and then following that, making his way inside the Senate, he will deliver the throne speech, expected to last about 20 minutes or so. After that, they're going to head to what you just saw there, the War Memorial and the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, where they will lay a wreath. It's the 25th year, actually, the 25th anniversary of when the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier was established. It's then off to the Ottawa airport. They'll board a flight, Omar. All in all, they'll be here for just about 24 hours. Yeah,
and all that getting ready to get set in about an hour's time. And just to give you some perspective, the Bank of Canada, from where this landau will leave, is that way. The Senate is this way, and the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier is right behind us. So you've got a front row seat to all this as it's happening. A couple of minutes ago, we showed a few pictures of Queen Camilla and King Charles as they arrived here in Ottawa, and you may have noticed that she was wearing a brooch, and that brooch also has a story. That's a brooch, a maple leaf brooch, part of the royal jewelry collection, diamond, platinum. It was a gift from King George VI to his wife, the Queen Mum, who then passed it on to Queen Elizabeth II, and now, of course, has been passed on to Queen Camilla. But again, it's just an example of a visit, a brief visit, Vassy, as you mentioned, that is steeped in symbolism and a nod to Canada, really.
Yeah, and Queen Camilla actually sworn into the King's Privy Council yesterday during the events that took place throughout the day here in Ottawa.
CTV's Judy Trin is on the streets with the crowds here in Ottawa. Judy, I imagine there's a mood of jubilation and of excitement, and especially given the fact that the weather's been so good for the past couple of days.
Omar, it is a beautiful and glorious day for this procession, for this throne speech. I can tell you that there are probably a few hundred people here. We don't know whether or not it will reach the record crowd number that we had for the very first throne speech back in 1957. Statistics from that time show that more than 50,000 people showed up to greet Queen Elizabeth. But we do know that there is a sense here of history and a sense here of time that is passing very quickly. The people that we've spoken to are quite aware that King Charles is 76 years old, that he is battling cancer, and the fact that he was invited here and that he decided to accept the invitation and come to Ottawa to deliver the throne speech is a commitment to his belief that Canada is a sovereign state, free and strong. So we have that sense of occasion here. I should tell you also, Omar and Vassy, that this event has been in the works. The invitation was extended before Mark Carney's government was even elected. It happened during his very first visit to King Charles on his first foreign trip back on March 17th, before the election was called. So there is a sense that perhaps this government was already thinking about just how important connecting Canada to Great Britain, to the monarch, is to its identity. And Vassy and Omar, you know, before King Charles ascended to the throne, the monarchy support amongst Canadians was at its lowest point. In 2023, 63%, according to a Leger poll, of Canadians said Canadians should redefine their role and should rethink it. But that was, of course, before Donald Trump's threats of annexing Canada as its 51st state.
All right, Judy Trin will be checking in with you throughout the morning. And Judy brings up some interesting points. You know, there's so many parallels, Vassy, between what we're seeing now in 2025 and the Queen's speech from the throne in 57. I mean, at that point, it was Diefenbaker. It was a minority government. Support for the monarchy was waning. We know that the Queen came here to show some solidarity as well. So, you know, there are a lot of parallels in history that we're seeing, and it is so rare to see what we're seeing today. I mean, it's only happened twice before. We know that King George VI did come to Canada in 1939, but did not deliver a speech from the throne. He gave royal assent to a few bills. But this has only happened twice since Confederation, since 1867. So it is quite a momentous day.
Yeah, and I think you're right to point out all the parallels. It's also a very unique moment for those of us who weren't even alive the last time a monarch, right, was able to deliver the speech from the throne. I'm very curious to see when that speech gets underway in about an hour, the degree to which our sovereignty and what's going on with the United States is addressed and in what manner it is addressed as well. I think that that remains to be seen, certainly. This is also King Charles's 20th visit here. The first time I think he came, he was only 21 years old. This is obviously he was Prince of Wales, but now here for a 20th time. He, as I mentioned, is going to be in that landau, so a horse-drawn carriage at the Bank of Canada, not too long from now, alongside Queen Camilla. They will then travel along Wellington, which, as Omar pointed out, is kind of just over our left shoulder as they head to the Bank of Canada. We got kind of a really cool glimpse at this landau, this carriage built in the 1800s and then later refurbished by a Quebec man who donated it to the RCMP. Third generation RCMP officer Sergeant Jeremy Dawson is going to be driving the 20 drawn horses to the Senate building with the King and Queen on board. He calls this opportunity incredibly special.
She said, "Do you know what your daddy's going to be doing?" And it's hard. It's emotional because and she said, "I know what my daddy's going to do, and I'm so proud of him." So to have that experience and know that I'm creating those memories for my loved ones, for my family, that's what comes into these roles, and that's what makes me keep wanting to do this every day.
So that landau, driven by Sergeant Dawson, will deliver their majesties to the Senate. And we're going to be inside the Senate in a little while, getting some insight from our senior political correspondent, Mike Couture, who's stationed in there. First, though, we've got Abigail Bimman just over our shoulder. She was following, Abigail, you were following everything yesterday. You were at the airport. You were at Rideau Hall. Tell us a little bit about the uniqueness of this visit and your expectations.
Absolutely. So extremely unique for a few reasons. And I know this point has been made, but I think it can't be underscored enough that this is only the third time in Canada's history that a monarch has delivered the speech from the throne. And as you said, the last time it happened before many people were born, the Queen delivering that throne speech both in 1957 and again in 1977. So that alone makes this a unique moment. But of course, so do a number of other factors. And I think number one on the list is this moment of Canadian nationalism in the face of a trade war with our American neighbors to the south. So of course, people watching so closely. I think what stands out for me is we've been talking so much about the Queen's brooch, that diamond maple leaf that she was seen sporting at all of the events yesterday, both on her coat at arrival of the airport and on her dress as well at the later events. And I think when we're spending so much time talking about a small maple leaf that the Queen is wearing, that really shows you the level of symbolism that we have to pay attention to. A lot of these shows of nationalism and support are not overt, are not giant in your face, but it's these small things I think that people will be paying attention to through the course of today. And of course, from the words that come from the King's mouth when he delivers that throne speech in the Senate chamber behind you. I can tell you that right now I've got sort of interesting things happening on both sides of me. They're making sure that red carpet is perfect behind me right now. Finishing touches there. I heard yesterday at the airport that there was red duct tape used to put down that red carpet. I haven't been able to get close enough to see if that's the case here today. And then on the other side, we have, and Judy mentioned it as well, but I'm looking right across behind my camera at the hundreds of people who are lining the route to be here. It is a gorgeous day in Ottawa here, and those people have been standing here for hours to get a glimpse of the king and are excited. There's a camera sort of panning down and they're waving. If you came out here this morning, you are here to hopefully get a glimpse of the king and the queen. I spoke to a few people yesterday at some of the events. I think the person I spoke to who came the furthest, and I'm sure there are further than that, but she was here from Montreal, and she was excited that she said she got a glimpse of Camilla's hair, and that was sort of enough for her. She didn't get to see the king up close, but she said that distinctive hair of the queen, she was over the moon. I think that lady will be back here today, hoping to get a better look at the king and queen here as they arrive at the Senate.
All right, thanks so much, Abigail. That's Abigail Bimman. Just outside where the king and queen are set to make their way. Abigail was talking about the crowds, Omar, yesterday. Like, it was awesome to watch them. Super excited. So many people came out. To put it into context, we have had terrible weather here for like every day for the last 10 days until yesterday, and the sun's out today and was yesterday as well.
It's a gorgeous day. Just back to what Abigail was saying, she made an excellent point. I mean, the role of a monarch is it is by definition an apolitical role, right? Mm-hmm. But this is all about soft diplomacy and showing that support for Canada. And you can see that the crowd certainly here are loving it and showing up by the hundreds to see the king and queen. CTV's Mike Couture is in the Red Chamber, and Abigail is outside. Mike is inside. What do we know, Mike, about who will be attending the throne speech today besides the king and queen?
Yeah, several dignitaries who are here. Of course, we know that Prime Minister Mark Carney will be sitting in the chamber next to the King and Queen as that is delivered. Interesting to note, one government source has told me that, yes, it is written by the Prime Minister's office, that speech is, but there were several drafts that were going back and forth between Ottawa and the palace to make sure that the words coming out of King Charles's mouth are really his, and making sure that they sort of craft it in that way. Even though the message is from the Prime Minister and it will be coming out of King Charles's mouth, they want to make sure that it has his flair as well, ensuring that it does sound like him. So a number of the people that we have seen coming through the red carpet here behind me, former Governors General Adrian Clarkson and David Johnston. We're expecting former Prime Ministers as well to come. Jean Chrétien expected to be coming. We understand that others will be coming. I did have a chance to speak with Kim Campbell just a few moments ago as she was heading into the Red Chamber, asking her specifically about the message, not just the words that we're going to hear, but the message that is going out to the world with this throne speech, but also to our neighbors south of the border. Have a listen.
I think it is a message. I think, and a reminder not just to him, but to other Americans, that their best neighbor, I mean, their closest neighbor and their best friend is the same, only different. We share many of the same qualities and values, and we've fought together and worked together and done business together. But we have different origins, and Canada was in many ways founded by a decision of people on this side of the 49th parallel not to be American.
So as I said, a number of other prime ministers expected to be here as well, Omar. And the message that we're expected to hear from our current Prime Minister, Mark Carney, is really something that sources are telling me that he has been talking about a lot in the last 2 days. If you watched him address caucus on Sunday, he was talking about doing things quickly and with an ambition that we haven't seen in decades in this country, meeting the moment, understanding that they want to do a number of things. Vassy had talked about the middle class tax cut that they want to make sure that they are marshalling through, and that will be one of the first orders of business, and making sure that they're trying to get all opposition parties on board as well. You can expect in this to see as well a little bit of a tough on crime message. That is something that is likely a nod to the Conservatives as well, pulling a little bit from their platform as we've seen throughout the campaign as well. But Mark Carney is certainly going to try and really set out an ambitious agenda here, and making sure that Canadians understand where his government wants to go and how quickly they want it to get done.
All right. Thanks so much, Mike. That's our Mike Couture inside the Senate, talking a little bit about the significance of this speech, expectations around it. We're still over about an hour away from the delivery of it through the King. My expectations are not too high. I think, like Mike said, the scene setting behind the scenes is very much from the government. Like, this is going to be more of what you've heard so far. And they certainly have talked about, in general terms, what they want their agenda to be. I'm not really expecting, Omar, a ton of specifics about how they intend to accomplish that. Those will, fingers crossed, come in the following days. But on Mike's note about the opposition, just really quickly as well, yesterday I was on the Hill doing our show, talking to as many MPs as I could, and everybody from every party was super excited for this. Like, behind the scenes, they're saying, like, this is kind of cool, kind of thing.
You know, you and I were talking about this on CTV National News last night about the tone of this speech. What kind of, you know, message, tone, and tenor will it have, especially given that this is a speech that will have to somehow affirm Canada's identity as being distinct from the identity of the U.S., just given the time that we're in. But at the same time, it likely won't overtly knock or blast the Americans, because the person delivering it, King Charles, is an apolitical figure. So it'll be interesting, and likely not, to see whether he even utters Donald Trump's name in this speech.
Yeah, I think you're right to say likely not. I think that in combination, like his role in combination with the tone of the government since that meeting with President Trump. Like, remember, he's not threatening us in the way that he was prior to it. We don't have the constant references to the 51st state. If we were to decide in this throne speech to further antagonize him at this moment in time, that would be an interesting choice, one that I don't get the vibe from either the king, for example, or the monarchy, or really the government right now. That's what they intend to do. Especially since that Oval Office meeting went relatively okay. Right. Like, it's not, it just doesn't feel like the moment in time where you want to really, make things worse. Exactly. Well, that state landau should be taking off from the Bank of Canada in about an hour's time, and then making its way across Wellington to the Senate. And then the King and Queen will be making their way to the position behind us at the National War Memorial to lay a wreath for the 25th anniversary of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. That, by the way, was the shot that you just saw. And just look at these people, just enjoying the day, enjoying the blue skies, the sunshine, and capturing a very significant moment in Canada's history. 57 and 77 is when the Queen delivered a speech from the throne. King George VI, as we mentioned, did also come to Canada in 1939, but only to grant royal assent to a few bills. He did not deliver a speech from the throne. So what we will be seeing moments from now is only the third time in Canada's history since 1867 that a reigning monarch will be delivering the government's message, the speech from the throne. And that, again, will be happening in about an hour's time. Yeah, lots to keep our eyes peeled for. Lots of Canadians lining the streets as we speak in anticipation of that and of the procession, which will get underway, as Omar mentioned, not too long from now. Our special coverage right here on CTV News Channel and ctvnews.ca continues after a very short break. We're back in a moment.
RBC Canadian Open on TSN and TSN+.
and the significance of this moment and all of the history behind it. Let's take a look at that.
Queen Elizabeth II was the first reigning monarch to open Parliament with a speech from the throne in 1957. Conservative Prime Minister John Diefenbaker basked in the moment.
The visit was long awaited and long hoped for, and when it materialized, it just showed and made more concrete the very deep and intimate connection between Canada and Britain.
The connection between Britain and Canada was also threaded in the dress the 31-year-old Queen helped design and wore to the gala after her speech.
The embodiment of the dress is a fine mingling of maple leaves, of course they are very visible, and English Windsor roses, exemplifying the fact that the British monarchy is in fact the Canadian monarchy, and the Queen wished to convey that message through her glamorous dress.
The next royal throne speech would come in 1977 during the Queen's Silver Jubilee, as support for the monarchy was waning.
I have always been full of admiration for what Canada is. The new generation fill me with confidence for what Canada can become.
As separatist voices were growing louder, Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau invited the Queen to deliver a strategy for uniting Canada that would involve distancing itself from Britain.
This is the late 1970s. A separatist government had been elected in Quebec in 1976. Really, it is a striking formal announcement from the mouth of the sovereign that the Trudeau government was going to pursue patriation of the Constitution, that it as a way of encouraging Canadian unity.
Canada should be our 51st state.
Now, as Canada's sovereignty is being threatened by President Donald Trump, Prime Minister Mark Carney has invited King Charles to give the speech from the throne to send a clear message. Canada, while valuing close ties with the United States, is decidedly not American.
Whether people are aware of it or not, the sovereign is the heart, the source of gravity that holds our entire political system together. And by extension, makes our politics, makes our government, and makes our electorate different than the United States.
It is an absolutely pivotal part of Canada's constitutional monarchy and our system of government. Let's just take a few moments to listen into the sights and sounds of this historic day.
All right, you can hear some of what precedes the formal part of the procession. We are anticipating a little bit from now, the King and Queen will be traveling alongside that street you're looking at, the RCMP band marching right there. They'll be heading to the Senate. That is where we find our senior political correspondent, Mike Couture. He's inside the Senate with the Premier of Manitoba, Wab Kinew. Over to you, Mike.
Thanks for that, Vassy. Appreciate it. Yeah, Premier Kinew, thanks for joining us. What does this mean to you to have the monarch here today to deliver this speech?
Well, it's historic, right? This only happens every 50 or so years, if we're keeping track. And to have the head of state here in Canada after the past few months where we've had a very bruising encounter with the president of the U.S., where Canadians have rallied around the flag, to now have this moment, it was really important for me to make sure Manitoba is represented, but also to just send that message that we're a united Team Canada, and having the head of state here to deliver a new government's throne speech is another way that we can come together to celebrate this country we love so much.
And you've been one of those people who's delivered that message going down to the United States. What do you hope the United States takes from this today? Not just the words that we're going to hear in the throne speech, but the symbolism of the monarch here and King Charles being here to assert our sovereignty.
Canadian sovereignty is what brought Canadians together, defending the idea that we are a strong, independent country. So when you have the literal sovereign here, it sends a clear message that Canadian sovereignty is not to be disrespected, that any relationship we have going forward on trade, the economy, defense, all has to be grounded in respect for the independence of Canada and our democracy.
When you consider what we've heard from Prime Minister Mark Carney and what we likely expect in this throne speech, the ambition that he's talked about, the speed that he wants things to get done, and he's spoken to the premiers about nation-building projects. What does that mean for you in Manitoba and the possibility of being able to grow this country and the economy at the speed that he wants to?
Well, Manitoba's part of the West, but we're also a maritime province, which is kind of, makes people smile because we have tidewater in northern Manitoba on Hudson Bay. So if we can get the resources of Western Canada to the European Union, to other international markets through Hudson Bay, not only is that going to be a nation-building project, given some of the chatter you hear, it's also going to be a national unity project. This is a way to make sure Alberta, Saskatchewan, all of the Western provinces, including Manitoba, know that we're not just driving the Canadian economy, that we're an integral part of the overall national unity picture.
How important is that at this time right now? He talks about
That's
bringing
essential.
down internal barriers and making sure that we become the masters chez nous, as he said, masters of our own fate. How important is that to Manitoba, but also when you take that step back to make sure that we do keep all parts of the country together, when you consider what's happening out west as well?
Well, it's funny that I might turn to an American phrase, but there's, Lincoln said, a house divided against itself cannot stand. And so we know that it's really important for us to keep building up the economy.
Okay, I think we have to let you go because I think the procession is coming. Thank you. Premier Wab Kinew, Manitoba's Premier, and Vassy, send it back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Mike. Mike Lukatour inside the Senate with Manitoba's Premier Wab Kinew. Just for a moment of reflection on how unique this all is. I mean, Premier Kinew is an NDP premier, making the case there for exporting more resources through his province to places like the European Union. I'm not sure that interview would have happened 10 years ago or 8 years ago. It is, I think, sort of a punctuation mark on the sort of backdrop against which this speech is going to be delivered today. That threat we face from the U.S. has changed everything.
There's been a massive pivot and a massive shift, even among the Liberals, right? There's been a certain openness with Mark Carney compared to his predecessor when it comes to energy and energy development as well. Abigail Bimman is with the crowds outside the Senate, and Abigail set the scene for us. I can sense already from where Vassy and I are that the anticipation is building.
Oh, absolutely. The anticipation is building. There are 100 members of the Honor Guard behind me, and this is just a piece of the full military honors that the King and Queen will receive here today outside of the Senate. I heard an unusual sentence a couple of minutes ago, which was, please move off the curb because we have some bayonets really close here and we don't want anybody to get hurt. So just to highlight the uniqueness of this moment, not something I hear every day on Wellington Street, but as we watched that procession move here and we saw the band come through first, really feel the weight of the moment. I also have, referenced the crowd on the other side behind the camera from me, and you can just see people getting excited, waiting with anticipation because they know that first they're watching this Honor Guard right here, right behind me, and then after that they will be waiting for that landau to move down and hoping to get a glimpse of the King and Queen as they arrive. And now that we've seen the band and we've seen this Honor Guard, we know that that's really getting into the minutes rather than hours for these people who have been standing here in the sun waiting.
A 100% Honor Guard from the 3rd Battalion of the Royal Canadian Regiment, and then we will also hear a 21-gun salute when their majesties arrive. Please stand by, Abigail. We'll get to you in just a few moments. But this is really a spectacular part of our country's history that we're witnessing right now. So much color, so much sound, and it feels like almost all of a sudden things have gone quite still, except for the voices that we're hearing now.
Yeah, there's so much tradition steeped into every bit of what we are about to watch, including what we just had eyes on with the sort of preparation of the honor guard. Even when the king gets to the Senate, the inspection of the honor guard is something that is, the presentation of it is very much aimed only at a royal audience in this instance. So it will be very specific and very steeped in tradition as well. Then, as you talked about, the 21-gun salute, and even as the king makes his way alongside Queen Camilla into the Senate, there are a very specific roster of people who will accompany them into the chamber where ultimately the throne speech will be delivered.
And you can see the Canadian flags, the Union Jacks side by side. And just for some perspective and to situate us, this is a shot of Wellington Street, and the building behind this crowd is the Chateau Laurier, which is really a fixture of this city. Opposite that is the Senate, and we know in 2019, the Senate chamber moved to the old Ottawa train station because Centre Block, which is where the Peace Tower is undergoing extensive renovations, and the House of Commons is in West Block. So what would you say, about a 10-minute walk from Centre Block to the old train station?
Yeah, about that.
So that's where the new Senate chamber is, and that, of course, is where the throne speech will be taking place in about 45 minutes' time now. CTV royal commentator Richard Berthelsen has organized these types of royal visits and tours. And Richard, usually it takes extensive months of planning to put something like this together. You've been a part of this. This time, happened relatively quickly. I mean, lift the veil for us. How fast was this, and how was it pulled off so quickly?
Well, I think there were probably some discussions early in the new year as the situation developed with the United States about what the King's first visit to Canada might look like, given those developments. And of course, we know that once the Prime Minister went to London, shortly after he was sworn in as Prime Minister, before the election, we know that discussion came up. Of course, the Palace, the Government of Canada, couldn't make any commitments until the election had taken place. And we know the Prime Minister was on the phone the following morning to the Palace to officially convey the invitation. So let's remember that election was the 28th of April. Here we are, the 27th of May. Events have moved quickly. I mean, Parliament alone is coming back on record speed. There's usually a much larger break after a new parliament, before a new parliament starts, just because of the amount of things that have to happen. So this is quite extraordinary. Let's remember the King was also meant to be in Canada last year. It was widely known that a visit was planned. Canada is the senior realm in the Commonwealth, and so it would have been expected that it would have been the first country he would have visited. Unfortunately, that was not possible because of his cancer diagnosis. And subsequent to that, of course, we went through a period of a lot of political instability, with the Prime Minister ultimately deciding to resign. Ultimately, that pushed the visit till now. But the imperative now is, of course, around the U.S. situation, and that's what we're seeing today.
It is such a critical time, as you rightly point out, and historic, because it is only the third time since Confederation that this is happening. But also there are such other interesting tidbits of history, and you've written so extensively about this on ctvnews.ca in a fascinating article about previous royal visits. I mean, talk to us a little bit about what will be unfolding in the next few minutes when their majesties arrive to the Senate and the ceremony gets underway with the Usher of the Black Rod.
Well, of course, because our parliament's kind of separated now between the West Block and the old railway station, things are a little different than they would normally be when they're all in Centre Block. But it's interesting, this visit's been organized so that landau is going to go right down Wellington in front of the Parliament building. So you're going to get that great shot of the King and the Queen, the RCMP musical ride in a landau going down Wellington with the Peace Tower in the backdrop. So it's a pretty amazing moment of Canadian iconic places. Then they come to the Senate, where there will obviously be this Guard of Honor, which is drawn from the Royal Canadian Regiment. Now, it's interesting, the Royal Canadian Regiment was the Colonel-in-Chief of that regiment was the King's father, the Duke of Edinburgh. His last visit to Canada was to present colours to that regiment at Queen's Park. He was not you know, entirely in good form, but he still came, another very short visit where he managed to do that. So that regiment has a very direct relationship with members of the royal family. And once we see that Guard of Honor inspected, a 21-gun salute fired, then they'll move into the traditional way that the opening of Parliament operates. The interesting part of this ceremony is because there's going to be such a long gap between the members of the House of Commons being called to the Senate, because they have to take a bus down the street, you're going to see Indigenous symbolism and Indigenous ceremony take place in the Senate chamber. This is a complete innovation, and again, I think it speaks to our Canadian tradition and our Canadian evolving tradition.
All right, Richard, I'll leave it there. We're going to keep checking in with you. You're very kind to lend us so much of your time this morning and your insights. I appreciate it. That's Richard Berthelsen. We will keep checking in because what you are witnessing, what you look at on the screen there, is just the beginning of the ceremony, the procession that is about to get underway. We are anticipating that the King and Queen will make their way not too long from now in a horse-drawn carriage from the Bank of Canada, a couple of blocks over to where you see those members of the RCMP standing, which is right in front of the Senate, where the Senate is housed, kind of in an old train station right here in downtown Ottawa. That throne speech will be anywhere from 20 to 25 minutes in length. We've got a lot to talk about as far as what might be in it or what might not be in it. That's what we're going to do after a short commercial break. Our special coverage of the throne speech opening the 45th session of Parliament continues in just a moment.
Beautiful day in our country's capital. Welcome back to our coverage of King Charles and Queen Camilla in Canada. There is a lot of pomp and circumstance and a lot of enthusiasm, as you can see, loaded with rich tradition. But the speech from the throne also contains an outline of the government's plan of attack as it deals with this trade war that we are seeing with Canada and the U.S. And just look at those crowds. We'll be getting a little bit
filling
about
up
that
fast,
trade war. It is filling up fast. And to give you a sense of that history again, we've been talking a lot about that today. But back in '57, when the Queen delivered her first throne speech in Canada, that was the first time the cameras were allowed in the House of Commons. And the National Film Board had come up with cameras inside the Commons to make a documentary. And the fuse blew out at that time because there's just such a strain on the power. And then with 55 seconds to go before that speech, they were able to get the power back up.
We're no stranger in Ottawa here to technical difficulties. So fingers crossed
exactly.
that isn't the case today.
And so far, so good.
Yeah, so far, so good. And we stand ready to take you live to that throne speech when it's delivered. As Omar mentioned, the throne speech isn't just, as it has been over the past number of days, about who will deliver it and all the ceremony around it. It's also about the substance, right? It's the government's way of conveying to Canadians what it plans to do with its mandate. To talk a little bit more about what expectations are like around that is a panel of our senior political strategists here at CTV. We've got Kathleen Monk. She's a former NDP strategist and director of communications to the late Jack Layton. Corey Tonight was Ontario Premier Doug Ford's campaign manager and a former director of communications for Prime Minister Stephen Harper. And Scott Reid rounds us out. He's, of course, a CTV News political analyst, as well as former communications director to Prime Minister Paul Martin. Hi, everybody. Very, very nice to see you. Scott, I'll start with you. What is this throne speech about for the government?
Well, I think it's about two things. One, like usual, it's going to be about delineating their priorities, and that comes at a time that's quite unique in our history. We've got a brand new prime minister following what's been quite a stunning set of political events. Prime Minister Trudeau leaves office, we have a snap election, a guy who's never been in elected office elevated to prime minister, so on and so forth. But of course, it all really takes place in the shadow of Donald Trump's threats with respect to our trade relationship and even our sovereignty. And of course, we've been talking about this all morning. You guys have been chatting about it. So to me, the big question is, what will we hear from the king's lips themselves? Because he will be speaking in the possessive. He'll be saying things like, "My government wishes to make it clear." And then how does that sentence end? How dramatic will it be? How sharp will it be? Will it end with, "This country is not for sale. Canada will never be the 51st state"? It's hard to imagine the palace would permit the king to say those things. On the other hand, you have to hew to that message. So I'll be really watching for that. And all of that makes this a very unique moment, and one that I think, you can have lots of royal skeptics, but it adds a level of drama and weight to today that we'll all be watching carefully.
I imagine, just jumping off, Corey, what Scott said, it's a difficult balancing act, right? Like, it doesn't feel like a moment in time where there's a big desire to antagonize the U.S., particularly since the threats around our sovereignty are not being repeated in the way that they were prior to the election. At the same time, like, there's a reason the king is here, and a lot of it has to do with our sovereignty.
I think that's true, and I think it's also important for the monarchy itself. I think the king was not viewed very positively by a lot of royal watchers and supporters in Canada by being so subtle and silent when the rhetoric was much more heated coming from Donald Trump, and then in the midst of that, extending an invitation through the Prime Minister of Great Britain or the UK to the President of the United States, which really made it I think very uncomfortable for a lot of Canadians and a lot of people who support the royal family. So I think there's a little bit of damage control here for the king and the royal family, and I think that pushes them towards maybe being a little bit bolder in what's said. I think there's a confluence of interest for both the Carney government and Canadians generally, but I think also for the royal family to say, yes, while we have historic friendship with the United States and fought side by side in many wars and other things, but we are a sovereign nation. And we have a different set of traditions and institutions. This is not a republic, it's a commonwealth. Under the British Westminster parliamentary system, there's a proud tradition on which other democracies have followed. But it's our own, and it's unique, and it's Canadian, and we need to speak with some confidence and pride when we talk about those things. And I think if the king falls short of doing that, I think he'll have really missed the moment.
Kathleen, what will you be watching for in the throne speech?
Well, I think it's interesting because Prime Minister Carney seems at every pivotal moment takes a time to actually almost educate Canadians about their history. He did so when he was first sworn in as Prime Minister on March the 14th, highlighting not only our English roots, our French roots, our Indigenous roots, and really trying almost to reassert Canadian sovereignty through our history. So I'm looking for some of that, some of, how Carney's government now kind of tries to explain to Canadians what their political thesis is on what Canada is and what Canada is going to be in the future. I mean, it's hard not to get caught up in all of the political theater and stagecraft. It's really a regal return to Parliament, a Parliament that really hasn't been sitting for over 5 months now since Parliament rose in December after that kind of, dramatic flare of an ending with Chrystia Freeland refusing to actually read the fiscal update, and then the subsequent resignation and prorogation of Parliament. So it's, I'm watching to see, really how this government puts forth its ideas. And it's a difficult time, not only because of the things you've discussed in terms of the threat from the U.S., the tariffs, and the very threat to our sovereignty, but also just the economic headwinds that Canada is facing, right? Not only, are we facing increasing unemployment, but the threats of a possible recession. And I think that's why you've seen the government try to take a beat, take some time before they introduce and table a budget. They need that time to really kind of get a sense of where the economy is going and what this government's going to do to kind of increase productivity and hopefully keep our economy on the right track despite all of the threats that are coming at it.
Kathleen Montgomery tonight and Scott Reid will be checking in with them throughout the morning. They're going to be with us. Omar, some pushback, though, even on that decision to wait until the fall, that, I guess, eventual decision to wait until the fall for the budget. But there is, as all three laid out, a lot to watch for from both a symbolic and substantive perspective on this throne speech.
Yeah, that fall economic statement now turning into a full budget in a few months. CTV's senior political correspondent Michael Couture is inside the Senate where VIPs are still gathering. And just by way of a quick time check, Mike, we know that state landau was supposed to leave the Bank of Canada at about 10 o'clock, and the throne speech was supposed to start at 11. Lasting about 20-25 minutes. We're hearing, though, that things are running about 15 minutes behind schedule. Give us a sense of what it's like where you are right now.
Yeah, well, the bells are ringing here in the Senate, and that is usually a call for everyone to gather in the Red Chamber. And obviously, as you said, there is a bit of a delay, but we do have a number of people that are hanging around, the staffers, the people who work in the Senate that are waiting with bated breath. There's a bit of a balcony, that is just above us where people are looking down onto the red carpet, waiting to see when the royals will finally come through. We also saw former Premier of Alberta, Jason Kenney, here, so he is in attendance as well, and a number of ministers already in the building. François-Philippe Champagne, the finance minister, who of course will have to deliver that budget coming up in the fall, talking about the ambition and what we're expecting from the actual contents of this throne speech, and really laying out that type of, what the government needs to do, what the government wants to do. Have a listen to a bit of the conversation I had with him earlier.
I think it's a very powerful message that the world is watching Canada today, and I think the message from the King will reaffirm that, Canada, which is not only strong at home, but strong around the world, wants to play leadership. We already host the G7. I think it's our moment as a nation to shine and to attract attention from around the world.
And that attention is coming from around the world right now, Omar, and of course they will be watching this speech, and Vassy, looking to see what the contents are. And again, going back to what we're expecting from there, talking about not only the middle-class tax cut that they're expecting to introduce, but also taking away all those interprovincial trade barriers, something that I was speaking with just a little earlier with Premier Wab Kinew of Manitoba, how important that is to really build up Canada's economy. That is the focus of François-Philippe Champagne as finance minister as well, making sure that we are that economic powerhouse that can withstand any type of trade war with the United States, while at the same time diversifying our trade. That we'll expect will be another type of theme, or at least mentioned in this throne speech. This is something that Prime Minister Mark Carney has been speaking about for the last few weeks, and making sure that we continue to build up alliances that are beyond the border with the United States, ensure that we are diversifying those trade partners. Guys?
All right, thanks so much, Mike. That's Mike Couture inside the Senate. The VIPs, the guests for the throne speech, are all arriving as we speak. Omar mentioned we're a little bit behind as far as the schedule when the King and the Queen will leave the Bank of Canada and head over to that building where Mike is inside, where the Senate is housed. Our royal commentator, Afia Hagen, is watching along with us from London. Afia, it's great to see you. I wanted to ask you a little bit about kind of the situation the King finds himself in, right? He has been fighting cancer. He is getting treatment and yet here to deliver today's throne speech. What's the context in the UK for this?
Absolutely. I think, Vassy, this really speaks to how important this is to King Charles III. As you so rightly said, last year was really all about him and that cancer diagnosis. For the first 6 months of the year, he wasn't out and about doing the thing he loved the most, which is connecting with the people, being amongst the people. He much prefers connection over formality. And now we are seeing him still continuing with this cancer treatment. And let's remember, about a month, 6 weeks ago, he had an event where he did have that cancer treatment and had to be admitted to hospital for a short period before he was allowed home, had to have a short period of rest, but then was back to work. So that reminds us that this is a 76-year-old monarch who is living with cancer. And that is the context of where we are. But that also shows you how important this is to him, and not just about him supporting Canada, reasserting his place as the sovereign and the monarch, but it's also about him reaffirming his place on the global stage. The first full year of his monarchy wasn't about King Charles being impactful and King Charles forwarding this project or that project. It was about King Charles having cancer, and that's not the headline that he wanted for the first year of his monarchy. So 2025 is really about turning that around, and he is playing this part of diplomat-in-chief. We've seen him with President Zelensky at Sachedina. We saw him with Prime Minister Justin Trudeau in the UK just before he stepped down. And now we are seeing him delivering this, really symbolic speech at this time, at a really, really important time. Now, here in the UK, I think what we are seeing is our king playing that part of the diplomat-in-chief. It makes us think about the importance of the monarchy and the royal family, not just here in the UK, but across the Commonwealth. That's what we are seeing playing out here in the United Kingdom. And I think also there is a real feeling that we are glad to see our king out doing the business that he loves most, flexing that power of soft diplomacy, really, really flexing that muscle at a time where it really needs to be flexed.
Just very quickly, Afia, how political do you expect the king to get today?
I don't think it can be too political. Now, Buckingham Palace have told us that he will not mention Donald Trump by name or mention or reference America, but I think he will talk about unity, togetherness, the strength of Canada and the strength of the Commonwealth. I think we can expect to hear those themes. He will remain as apolitical as he can afford to in this time.
Okay, thanks so much. That's Afia Hagen. Interesting point that Buckingham Palace is already conveying what we won't hear in the throne speech.
Exactly. Afia, I just want to ask a quick question before we leave you. You've been sort of my royal partner for a couple of years now. How much news is this making in the UK? You talked about the fact that the Brits are largely happy to see the King and Queen exerting this level of soft diplomacy. Is it big news across the pond?
Definitely. Yesterday, we had probably pretty much all the news channels rolling with the coverage of the King and Queen arriving, of the reception, and then at the farmers market. Unfortunately, we had a really horrible incident yesterday that occurred in Liverpool just after the football team had a huge parade there. And that sort of has overtaken the news cycle. But before that happened, definitely lots of channels rolling with it. It was on the covers of lots of the papers yesterday. But like I said, unfortunately, because of that news incident, I think this story has certainly slipped down the news cycle. But before that happened, definitely it was widely being covered and widely being talked about. Today it is, coming back up the news cycle a little bit, but I think had that not happened, it probably would be definitely our top story.
All right, Hagen, thank you. Appreciate your time. And, you know, when the throne speech gets underway, Vassy, for the first time, a reigning monarch will be using that particular throne. We're looking at a live shot right now of the Prime Minister's motorcade arriving at the Senate chamber, where, as we mentioned, the throne speech was supposed to get underway in about an hour's time, 11 o'clock. Things seem to be running a little bit late, about 15 minutes is what you were hearing, Vassy. And the Prime Minister now just about to emerge from that vehicle. There he is, Mark Carney, entering the Senate chamber, where there is a crowd of VIPs gathering. Obviously a lot of cheers. Let's just take a moment to listen in.
Quite a welcome for the Prime Minister, who I believe is wearing his Order of Canada medal. I think the King is going to be wearing his as well. A beautiful rendition of O Canada. The crowd definitely very much getting into the spirit of things. Feels a little bit like Canada Day here in Ottawa. That's the Prime Minister.
I thought of the exact same thing, actually.
Yeah.
It does feel like July 1st.
Yeah.
And Diana Carney, of course, behind the Prime Minister. Of course, when the Landau arrives here to the Senate chamber, as we mentioned, there will be a 100-person guard of honor from the 3rd Battalion of the Royal Canadian Regiment, an inspection of the guard and the band, followed by a 21-gun salute. And the fact that the Prime Minister is now entering the chamber gives you a sense that things are imminent, but I use that term imminent loosely because the throne speech was supposed to get underway at about 11 o'clock. The state Landau was supposed to leave the Bank of Canada around this time, but we're hearing things are about 10 or 15 minutes delayed.
And the Usher of the Black Rod now making his way. This is the chief liaison, essentially, between the monarchy and the government. His name is Greg Peters, and it's a very symbolic role. It's actually really symbolic even if the King weren't here. At the start of any parliamentary session, there's a process whereby the Usher of the Black Rod goes and gets all the members of Parliament, and then also kind of gets things started in the Senate with the Speaker of the Senate. It is a very crucial role to Parliament writ large, but it is particularly crucial when the monarch is present, as is the case today.
And the role of the Black Rod actually goes back 600 years. I mean, this goes way back in the constitutional system, and it is quite a tradition. I mean, the Black Rod, the Usher of the Black Rod, takes the black rod and then knocks on the doors of the Commons 3 times. And basically, when the Governor General is sitting, says that the Governor General desires to see you. Given that the King is in town today, he'll say that the King commands to see you. Those MPs will then go to the Senate and hear this speech from the throne. The black rod, by the way, the original black rod was destroyed in the fire in Parliament, and then the UK gifted a new one to Canada a couple of years later. So that one, the new one, not that new, but the one that was replaced, has been in use ever since.
And you can see there the crowds that are lining up in anticipation of King Charles and Queen Camilla and their journey in that horse-drawn carriage across Wellington. You can see some members of the RCMP there as well. Let's throw it over to our colleague Judy Trin, who is in the middle of those crowds. Judy, tell me a bit about what the people who have gathered to see the King and Queen are telling you about why they're there.
Well, Vassy, you know, this is not the first time that the throne speech has been used to unify Canada in the face of forces that want to tear the country apart. In 1977, when Queen Elizabeth II was here, Canada was facing the domestic threat of Quebec separatism that wanted to separate from Canada. I can tell you that just a few minutes ago, we had protesters here waving a flag in support of Trump and against the monarchy. And this crowd that you see, which are numbering thousands strong, basically started chanting elbows up. So you see young children here and across the generations. Now, one of the very first people to gather here today was Joanne Bray and her husband, Wayne McDonald. They're with me now, and I wanted to get a sense, Joanne, about why you felt it was necessary to come out here more than nearly 2 hours before this procession even started.
Well, we tried to see the King yesterday at Lansdowne, and the crowds were big, and so we didn't succeed, but it was a beautiful day. So today we went out for a walk, and we decided why not try to get a good place to see the King. I think it's important, so I wanted to be here.
You were saying earlier that you didn't consider yourself a monarchist, but something about this moment has stirred these feelings of patriotism in you. What about it has stirred these emotions?
Well, I think we are at a moment where sometimes our history and our democracy are taken for granted a little bit, and so I think this is a good reminder of how important it is that we have a head of state, that we respect him, and that if he comes all the way here to deliver our speech from the throne, that's historical in its own, on its own. So I think it's exciting, and I wanted to be a part of history, and I think it's helpful to get the people mobilized as well and to appreciate our country again and remind ourselves of how wonderful a place it is. So.
Wayne, let me ask you a couple questions. You know, this pomp and ceremony is for the people. Are you feeling patriotic?
I feel patriotic, and it's a long history.
Oh, they're coming. Wait. Okay, here it goes. All right. That was a moment in which these people will always remember as the King and Queen drove by in their landau, accompanied by the 21 horses of the RCMP. This crowd said, "This is my King. There goes my King." So this is important to point out because this is King Charles coming to Canada on the invitation of Prime Minister Mark Carney to basically shore up support for a Canadian sovereignty. This is the King of Canada on the invite of the Prime Minister. And I should also point out to you that there are dual American Canadian citizens here. There are people from across various cultures, exemplifying the Canadian mosaic that makes this country what it is. Vassy and Omar, Prime Minister Carney has said there are 3 pillars of sovereignty which sets Canada apart from the U.S. The most distinct, perhaps most obvious, is the fact that we are a constitutional monarchy. but also it has to do with our Indigenous relations, this country's history with the First Nations, with the Métis and with the Inuit, as well as our acknowledgement of Quebec. And this is a moment in which those three pillars of Canadian sovereignty come together in history. Vassy and Omar.
It's also a moment, Omar, where it's actually happening. They're not delayed. We were told they were 15 minutes delayed. They've left. They've made up some great time. They're making their way along the route from the Bank of Canada to the Senate, where the King will deliver the speech. There they are. This is our first glimpse now of the King and Queen. Let's listen in as they make their way through the crowd. And there's the scene outside the Senate. That is the building that houses the Senate, where King Charles and Queen Camilla are now making their way in that very historic landau along the route along Wellington Street to that building. Our Abigail Bimman is also in the middle of all that action. Abigail, I'll throw things over to you.
Hi. Well, as you mentioned, the King and Queen just pulled up in that landau behind me. Also in that carriage is the Governor General and her party. The crowd here is a funny mix of getting extremely exciting and then going silent, just wanting to take everything in. You can hear them now cheering behind me. Moments before the Mounties on horses arrived, the Prime Minister arrived. That was an exciting moment for the crowd here. The Prime Minister was standing on the dais there as "O Canada" was played. He had sort of a... We're just going to listen into the crowd here.
That completes the 21 gun salute, I think. I think that was 21, yeah. And the inspection of the Guard of Honor, 100% Guard of Honor from the 3rd Battalion of the Royal Canadian Regiment. You could see King Charles on a couple of instances there stop for a moment to speak to the members of the Guard of Honor that he was, the term is formally inspecting. And now he will make his way eventually, after the full inspection is complete, into the Senate, which is where he'll deliver the speech.
And His Majesty, of course, wearing a customary medal array and an Order of Canada around his neck as he continues to
meet with some members of the band, trying to make it if we can hear what he's saying, but it's hard.
So many times with these royal visits, they actually cut the boom mic so you can't hear what the royals are saying. But I'm also trying to listen to see what.
The last one we did was 2021.
I think I hear people in the crowd chanting "God Save the King," if I'm not mistaken.
I think you're right, yeah. Quite a sizable crowd has definitely gathered through the course of the morning, watching the King make his way into the building that houses the Red Chamber. And here he goes to sort of present himself to the crowd. King Charles, Queen Camilla. I think it's the Governor General and her husband, Whit Fraser, just behind him, making their way inside now, greeted by another rousing rendition of O Canada as the King stood to kind of present himself to the crowd, adorned like the Prime Minister in the medal of the Order of Canada around his neck.
has now made his way through the doors of the Senate chamber. And we're just trying to make out who he's greeting and shaking hands with right now. CTV's Abigail Bimman is across the street. This is the Chief of the Defense Staff coming up here, Jenny Carignan. CTV's Abigail Bimman is standing by. Just walk us through that moment in history, Abigail, that we just all saw and witnessed together.
That was a really good way to put it, a moment in history. And I think I'll reference again how the crowd reacted. How the crowd reacted when both the Prime Minister and the King arrived. So we saw the King and Queen, as well as the Governor General and her spouse, arrive in that open carriage and get out. There were two O Canadas played first when the Prime Minister arrived. I'm not sure if you want to listen again. Yeah, I'll throw it back to you, Vassy and Omar.
Yeah, well, we're going to thanks, Abigail. We'll take a listen in because the river dance drummers are about to perform inside the foyer of the Senate for King Charles.
Enjoy your visit. Hey, you're welcome. Thanks for coming. Hey. Hey, how you doing there? Good to see you.
King, the Queen, the Prime Minister, the Governor General, all thanking the river dance drummers for their performance. You can see the gallery even in the foyer lined with people with onlookers who are hoping to catch a glimpse of the King and the Queen. They will now kind of disappear in a few moments from public view, and when they re-emerge, they will be back inside the Senate, where ultimately the King is set to deliver the speech from the throne. It's probably a good place to point out that there are a number of Indigenous leaders that the King met with yesterday, many of whom have conveyed to us they are hoping that there is significant reference in this throne speech to the treaty relationship between Crown and Indigenous people, the Crown rather, and Indigenous people in this country. I do expect there will be some of that in the speech, but it's also a key part of what you have seen so far in the ceremony that's leading up to the speech. Lots of Indigenous participation through, for example, what we just witnessed with the river dance drummers. There will be more after the ceremony as well. And then, of course, the Governor General herself, the first Indigenous person to hold the title of Governor General in our history. And
acknowledging that colonial legacy, a part of this country's journey of reconciliation. We were wondering who some of those members of the entrance party were, Vassy, when the royal couple arrived inside the Senate together with the Governor General and her husband, Whit Fraser. And we know that the Speaker of the Senate was there, the spouse of the Speaker of the Senate, the Chief of the Defense Staff, as we mentioned, Jenny Carriage, and the Commissioner of the RCMP, Commissioner Michael Duet. Let's get to CTV's royal commentator, Afia Hagan, who joins us now from London. And as we get ready for this throne speech to get underway, Afia, in about a half an hour's time, you mentioned the last time we chatted about this concept of soft diplomacy, the fact that the king and his role is not an inherently political role, it's an apolitical role. But we have seen examples from him, as we're seeing now, and also with the Queen, of them exerting their power and their influence in certain cases historically. Can you talk a little bit about that and the significance of that part of their role?
Yes, absolutely. You know, the king is supposed to, or the monarch rather, is supposed to remain apolitical at all times. Queen Elizabeth II, you know, managed to do that pretty much through her time as the monarch. But when it came to apartheid, particularly, something that she felt that she had to sort of exert the power of soft diplomacy, and that, you know, when it came to places that she would visit, when it came to people that she would speak to, you know, it was all about subtly as you can, you know, place her support for the South African Indigenous people against apartheid at that time, whilst also not really saying anything at all. It's a very difficult sort of tightrope that you have to toe, where you are the head of state, where you are supposed to set yourself apart from the political fray. But Queen Elizabeth II was a vocal opponent of apartheid in South Africa. You know, it was something that she felt she had to do. She refused to visit the country at the time of racial segregation. She just said that she wasn't going to go there. And that was her way of flexing that power of soft diplomacy, of letting that play out. This is something that we are seeing similarly here with King Charles III. It's not necessarily not visiting a country, but for him, you know, as a sovereign and as the monarch of Canada and of the United Kingdom, those are the countries that he has to have their back, essentially, for want of putting it a better way, in the face of an aggressor, whoever that aggressor may be. We've also seen him on the world stage with President Zelensky. You know, he's shown his support for Ukraine over the duration of the war the past 3 years, whether that's, you know, wearing a yellow tie or having a Ukrainian flag or having colors of flowers in the colors of the Ukrainian flag at events he's been at. You know, it's these kind of subtle ways that he has shown his political leanings, perhaps where he stands on things, and flexing that power of soft diplomacy. But you've got to think to yourself, it comes to a point where your head of state, your monarch, can't afford to stay out of the fray. And I think that's where we are now, is that King Charles III knows that as the head of state of Canada, he has to perhaps show us his political leanings, show us that he has Canada's back. He has to do that because he is the head of state. And so that's why I said earlier, he's as apolitical as he can afford to be, but he also can't afford to be completely ignorant. He can't afford to sit back on his laurels and let the geopolitical situation play out in the way that it is. He has to get involved. He has to be in the fray, and that's what we're seeing here.
So a chance for the monarchy to prove or show its own relevance in the context of this time. Is there any opportunity for King Charles to be the so-called Trump whisperer? I mean, it appears publicly that Donald Trump is somebody who respects the king.
Donald Trump is someone who loves the idea of the British royal family. He's a huge fan of Queen Elizabeth II. He's a huge fan of King Charles III. Remember, Melania Trump and King Charles III are pen pals. Love to know what they've been chatting about recently. But absolutely, King Charles III and Prince William both are the Trump whisperers. They absolutely have his ear. And he is, someone that they can influence. Donald Trump absolutely respects the king, respects Prince William. And so we'll listen to what they have to say. The Trump administration, along with Donald Trump himself, will be watching what's happening today very, very closely. I'm sure they're watching our coverage, actually. And they will want to know how this plays out. They'll want to hear what King Charles says in his speech. So yes, they can be the Trump whisperers, absolutely. They can be the ones to sort of talk him down, to offer him something else. We've heard whispers of perhaps the United States being an associate member of the Commonwealth, and Donald Trump, loved that idea. He, on his Truth Social, his platform said, that sounds good to me. So maybe that's something that can be leveled in exchange for the Americans backing down on this ludicrous idea of Canada being the 51st state. Let's not forget we have that second state visit coming up as well. Unprecedented. Many presidents have ever had a second state visit. And that state visit's not just going to be about Buckingham Palace and pomp and pageantry. It's about Balmoral. Balmoral's the inner circle. For Donald Trump to feel like he's in the inner circle with King Charles III, that's worth more than its weight in gold. And that's the power of soft diplomacy that can change things.
All right, Ify, I know you're standing by. This is a live look from inside the Senate chamber. And the two thrones that you just saw there a couple of seconds ago, that's the first time that those thrones will be used by a reigning monarch, by King Charles and the Queen, in about a half an hour's time when that throne speech gets underway. That throne is made out of Canadian walnut and also has a piece, by the way, from a forest just behind Windsor Castle. That's the piece of wood that the British royal family donated to Canada. And so there is that part of the links to the monarchy that are reflected in the two thrones that you're seeing there right now.
Can also see, this is our first glimpse inside the room of who has actually assembled, because we know beyond senators, and we can see a number of them in their seats, there are a variety of dignitaries. So on the left hand of your screen, I can see kind of out of the corner of my eye, former governors general. I saw both Governor General David Johnston, as well as Governor General Adrienne Clarkson. Behind them, a number of Indigenous leaders. I believe I saw Nat and Obed among them. I know there are former prime ministers here, for example, Stephen Harper and Justin Trudeau. Been a long time since they've all been in the same room. I think I might see some of them to the right hand of the screen. Oh, I believe Mr. Harper is sitting right next to Mr. Trudeau. I think I just saw that on the right hand screen before the camera panned up. So we'll keep our eye on who else we can see assemble. But this also reflects like the uniqueness of the moment. I can't remember the last time a variety of governors general, but also former prime ministers were together to witness the delivery of the throne
And I
speech.
think just opposite the thrones, we saw the justices of the Supreme Court of Canada seated there as well.
Yeah, I think they're actually supposed to meet in person with the king as well at some point, maybe even prior to the start of the speech at some moment. In the initial itinerary, at least, they had laid that out. The Supreme Court justices, that is.
So again, the speech from the throne expected to get underway in about a half an hour's time. We were hearing that things were running a little bit late. Again, they seem to have picked up time. But it seems like things are back on schedule now, expected to start at about 11 o'clock. And then at that point, it should last about 15 or 20 minutes. And, just going back to Scott Reed was telling you, Vassy, that the language in this throne speech is going to be particularly significant given the the line that the king has to walk here. Obviously, he has to find a way to assert Canada's independence, sovereignty from the United States, but also can't expressly get political because that's just not what the job is.
Yeah, Corey made a good point. Like, there is a certain level of anticipation around how big of a deal this is and how big of a message around our sovereignty might be delivered. But I think also, like, the cautionary note is I don't see the desire for further antagonism anywhere around us right now. So I would be shocked to see if that came via the king. So very interested to see the way in which they're able to weave that together. You're looking just inside the Senate chamber where that throne speech, as Omar mentioned, will be delivered in about half an hour's time. A number of senators have assembled. MPs will also join them after after they are essentially gathered from the House of Commons and brought over. Our royal commentator, Richard Berthelsen, is following along with us as this all unfolds. Richard, I wanted to get your take on the crowds and the reception for the king so far, because just sitting, half a block away from it, it's been pretty cool to witness. What has been going through your head as you see the really quite warm reception for the king and queen?
Well, yeah, it's been a great reception. Lots of people yelling out, "God Save the King," people really enjoying hearing the anthems being played, particularly "O Canada." So it's a great feeling in the streets of Ottawa as this really beautiful spectacle goes by with our RCMP musical ride and the coach and the armed forces all in their best dressed uniforms. Of course, this was the first occasion we've seen where the king has been greeted officially by a full guard of honor of the Canadian Forces since he became our sovereign. And of course, the king today is wearing his sovereign's insignia of the Order of Canada around the neck. I think some people had hoped the king might wear Canadian Forces uniform, but he probably couldn't choose between the Navy, Army, and Air Force, so he tactfully opted for the suit. But the thing I was really struck by, too, in the opening is that as soon as he entered the building there, the temporary headquarters of the Senate, he was greeted by drummers, a drum circle. And what was striking to me is right under the portrait of Queen Victoria. And when you think so many treaties in this country were signed in the name of and on behalf of Queen Victoria in her very, very long reign, obviously things that we're dealing with the consequences of today, I thought the symbolism of that with the monarch, the current monarch, the one whose name the treaties were done, and the First Nations right below it was very striking. And I think it, again, really speaks to our history and who we are as a people and some of the issues we're dealing with. I see now the procession has formally started into the Senate.
Yes, we've got another glimpse of the king and queen, the governor general. I believe the prime minister is also, and his wife alongside them. This is sort of the procession that will move the king and queen into the chamber, where the king will ultimately deliver that speech. There's still a bunch of stuff that has to happen in the interim. As far as the speech goes, as we kind of set the table for what to expect, Richard, lots of back and forth about how far essentially he would go when it comes to the threat that we face as a country from the United States, and from, in particular, this president of the United States. What are your expectations for that?
I expect the speech will be a dignified and a very, subtle reminder of some of those things. I think it will obviously address the challenges we're having. It's not going to address them directly head on. It's not that kind of occasion. And of course, he'll do so in a way that befits his role and what the Canadian government wants him to say.
We'll take a listen in now.
Pray be seated. Veuillez vous asseoir.
Usher of the Black Rod, we will proceed to the House of Commons and acquaint that House that it is the pleasure of His Majesty the King that they attend him immediately in the Senate chamber. Huissier du bâton noir, rendez-vous à la Chambre des communes et informez-la que c'est le plaisir de Sa Majesté le Roi que les communes se rendent immédiatement auprès de lui dans la salle du Sénat.
Oh, okay. They've moved over on this side.
So the king is now greeting the various justices of the Supreme Court. We just heard from 18-year-old Morgan Grace, a left-handed Métis fiddler from Manitoba, who performed for quite the crowd. The Usher of the Black Rod has also just departed to go over to the House of Commons to gather members of Parliament who will then make their way back to the Senate. And when everyone has assembled, that's when the throne speech gets underway.
I just want to point out that the personalities that were in that Senate chamber. This is a live look at the House of Commons now, where, as you mentioned, the Usher of the Black Rod will go and basically say that the king commands to see you in advance of his throne speech, and then
they're ready.
They're waiting for that command. And then from here, the MPs will go to the Senate. The king speaking to Adrienne Clarkson right now, former Governor General, and her husband John Ralston Saul, and beside them, of course, Michael Jean, another former Governor General, and David Johnston as well. And I believe Sharon Johnston, his wife, is next to him,
yes,
as well as part of that line. But the grouping of people is fascinating. I mean, to see former Prime Minister Stephen Harper and Justin Trudeau together, in addition to Kim Campbell and then Neela Mulrooney, the wife of LA Brian Mulrooney, you don't typically see this type of grouping of people and personalities. But it just goes to show that this is a moment in time where flag comes before politics. Canada comes before politics. And you see many of these people sitting side by side.
Yeah, and oftentimes you might see governors general because they're apolitical in nature. And it is protocol to invite former prime ministers to the throne speech, but they don't usually attend, right? Because it's normally a highly politically charged moment. There's still politics involved in everything that's going to happen today. It is about the agenda of the government. But beyond that, it is beyond all of, beyond that, it is also about this moment that we're witnessing, the king there speaking to various members of the Senate. You mentioned some of the former prime ministers in attendance. There's a bunch of current premiers there. The premiers of New Brunswick, Manitoba, PEI, Newfoundland, and Yukon are all in attendance for this, as well as a host of lieutenant governors from each of the provinces, as well, who of course represent the monarchy in those provinces.
His Majesty now speaking with various members of the Supreme Court of Canada. Justice Mahmoud Jamal there to the right of your screen, and also speaking with the Chief Justice, Richard Wagner. And now continuing down the line.
Yeah, that's Senator Peter Harder there, who spent a long time representing the government in the Senate. The Senate's such a unique place at the moment because some people are independent, some people represent the government, some people represent the opposition. It's a bit of a mishmash. Kathleen Monk, Scott Reed, and Corey Tenike are also listening in to all of this. Scott, what strikes you so far about the group of people who have assembled, the kind of unique nature of all those former prime ministers lined up in the front row?
Yeah, this was one of the things that I always loved about these events when I was working in Ottawa, was you would get this kind of mashup of political traditions, people who'd served as prime minister in the past, and there's an outer ring as well that we're not seeing with, former staffers and journalists and other folks. So it sort of brings people together. And you can bet that today in particular, with the arrival of the king, because it is such a rare occurrence and given our circumstances, people were eager to be there. So I don't think anybody was turning down an invitation.
Yeah, very much the case. Corey, your thoughts on your old boss being among the attendees for this government's throne speech?
Well, he's a pretty strong royalist and supporter of the royal family, so I'm not surprised that he's there with enthusiasm. But I think Scott's right. These are rare moments, but I think they're very positive moments, and I think they speak well of the country and of all the people assembled. There are institutions and things that should bring our country closer together. And while the monarchy is not everybody's cup of tea, it is a part of our history, and it's an important part. And we should pay homage to that and gather together at moments like this. It's once in 50 years.
And we will listen in right now as the Usher of the Black Rod goes into the House to gather those MPs.
A message from His Majesty, the King of Canada. Un message de Sa Majesté, le Roi du Canada. The King of Canada. Un message de Sa Majesté, le Roi du Canada.
Mr. Speaker, a message from His Majesty the King. Monsieur le Président, un message de Sa Majesté.
From His Majesty the King.
Admit the messenger. Faites entrer le messager.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, it is the pleasure of His Majesty, the King of Canada, that this honorable House attend him immediately in the chamber of the Senate. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker,
c'est le plaisir
it's a pleasure
de Sa Majesté,
of
le
His
Roi du
Majesty
Canada,
the King of
que
Canada
cette honorable chambre
that this
se rende immédiatement
distinguished
auprès
room
de lui dans
come
la
and meet
chambre
him
du Sénat.
in the Senate room.
Seems to have worked. Good, that's good. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Congratulations. Fortunately, you're being healthy on
Okay, so the MPs are on their way. They have been collected by the Usher of the Black Rod. You could see them from all different political parties making their way there out of the chamber of the House of Commons. They've got about a 2.5 block walk to make it over to the Senate chamber, which is now housed in the old train station in downtown Ottawa. King Charles, in the meantime, is making good use of his time in that chamber and greeting all the various people who have assembled. He's back there talking to, I think it's the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Richard Wagner. Mila Mulrooney standing just behind him. Just moments ago, the King was greeting all the former prime ministers and you can see Justin Trudeau's mother next to him now, actively engaged in conversation with former Prime Minister Stephen Harper.
To be a fly on the wall.
Yeah. I'll be a lip reader. I'll take that. Yeah.
And former Prime Minister Kim Campbell as well in the background. But again, just a fascinating assembly of people of all political stripes gathered there in the Senate chamber. You just saw moments ago the usher of the Black Rod basically summoning MPs from the House of Commons on behalf of His Majesty King Charles. And from there, the MPs will make their way down Wellington Street to the Senate chamber. It really isn't that far at all. And if this was all contained in the same building as it once was in Centre Block, the process would be far more efficient. But we know Centre Block is going through a process of renovation right now. And so the Senate chamber has been moved to the old Ottawa train station, where you see this crowd currently gathered.
So we're not too far away now from the delivery of the speech from the throne. We're anticipating, as the King there talks to, I think it's former Governor General David Johnston there, that it will last anywhere from 20 to 25 minutes. The speech is normally, outside of this third time, not delivered by the monarch, but by the monarch's representative here in Canada, the Governor General. That's the normal course of action. It opens a brand new session of Parliament. In this case, it's the 45th session of Parliament, the 40th Speaker elected yesterday by members of Parliament who have come back for the first time in 5 months. The King's delivery of this speech will be the first time in 48 years that a monarch has done so. Again, anywhere from 20 to 25 minutes. The goal, Omar, because I got to tell you, most of the time throne speeches don't draw a huge audience. They will today. It will today. But the goal for the government, it serves a purpose as well. It's to outline, okay, here is our agenda. If you have a majority government, you know it's a 4-year agenda. We don't know that to be the case because they're 3 seats shy of a majority. The Liberals have formed a minority government. And so it's in more broad strokes, kind of laying the land for what their agenda will look like. And we have strong indications already through even the speech yesterday delivered in the House of Commons by the Prime Minister of what we will likely hear, all about kind of building our economy against the backdrop of those very serious threats from the U.S. vis-a-vis tariffs or even references to us as the 51st state.
And throne speeches are significant because you can't really conduct an official business of Parliament until it's set out. And there is a relatively short initial window, right? We know that it's about 4 weeks before MPs break for the summer, essentially. Mark Carney has already signaled that he has an ambitious agenda ahead, that he wants to remove provincial trade barriers by July 1st, which of course is Canada Day. We know that the G7 summit is coming up in Kananaskis at the middle of June. We know that Donald Trump, which is a big reason the King is here today, will be at that summit, his first visit to Canada since he was elected. And so there's a lot to do in those 4 weeks, and we will be hearing a little bit about that in that throne speech coming up, again, expected to last about 20 to 25 minutes. But as we've been saying repeatedly through the morning, the King here will have to walk a line because throne speeches are the government's message, so Mark Carney's message. But the fact that these words are coming out of the sovereign's mouth, of King Charles's mouth today, is significant. There's no way that the palace would not have had to sign off on every word that the King is speaking. And so, on one hand, he will have to find a way to affirm Canada's identity as an independent country in the face of Donald Trump's annexation threats. And what will be interesting to see, though, Vassy, is to see to what extent does he do that? How pointed does he get vis-a-vis Donald Trump? There has been a lot of suggestions, as you've been talking about, that that now is not the time perhaps to antagonize the U.S. president. But it is clear, as the Prime Minister has pointed out repeatedly through the campaign and also once he was sworn in, that the fundamental relationship between Canada and the United States has been changed, and that the course of action must be adjusted accordingly.
Yeah, you've got the Prime Minister here deep in conversation with King Charles. Kind of a neat story, if I could square the circle of the Prime Minister Donald Trump and the monarchy. So one of the first instances in which our Prime Minister, Mark Carney, met Donald Trump was at a gathering with the Queen, with King Charles's mom. And Donald Trump, as the story has been relayed to me, stood up kind of before something formal that the Queen does to end dinner, which is like a very specific cheers or toast that she gives. And Mark Carney is the one who told Donald Trump, took him aside and said, "You can't do this. You can't leave in this moment. This is the way it works." And I'm told that that was kind of one of the instances in which they kind of got to know each other socially, and kind of a neat little anecdote that brings together all the various themes from today.
And there was a royal reference during Mark Carney's speech to the to Washington in the Oval Office, right? Mark Carney said some things are just not for sale. Canada is not for sale, just like Buckingham Palace is not for sale. Telling that when he met with Donald Trump a little while ago. But again, His Majesty the King and the Prime Minister Mark Carney there in the Senate chamber, waiting for, at this moment, the arrival of the MPs who have just been summoned in the House of Commons and are expected to make their way to the Senate chamber momentarily. And those buses have arrived, and these are the first MPs who are now emerging from their vehicles and
I
from
thought
their
they had
buses.
to walk. They're getting bussed over.
And it's
only
really
2
not that far.
blocks.
It's a beautiful day. But obviously things are running. It's like clockwork, these events. And the throne speech was supposed to start at 11 o'clock Eastern. It has now hit that time. So things appear to be imminent as these MPs walk into the Senate chamber right now, awaiting the speech from the throne, which is only the 3rd time that this will be happening since Canada's Confederation in 1867. We know the first time was in 1957 when the Queen delivered the throne speech. It happened then 20 years later in 1977, and now in 2025 when the King delivers the throne speech.
And once the MPs actually enter the chamber, it's not going to be too much longer thereafter before the King will begin the throne speech. Once again, anywhere from 20 to 25 minutes. You're going to hear him, as the Governor General will deliver it, speak as if it were his government, right? My government will do X, Y, and Z. He is speaking in the voice of the federal government, of the Prime Minister more specifically, in laying out what they intend their agenda to be. There's the leader of the Conservative Party, the official opposition in the House, Andrew Scheer. I was going to say all parties are well represented in this endeavor today, and even through the sort of dignitaries that have gathered, like former prime ministers, all the different parties are represented there as well.
And we'd just like to take a quick moment to welcome our viewers from Atlantic Canada who are now joining on CTV main network as we watch these live images in Ottawa of MPs from all political stripes entering the Senate chamber for really what is a fascinating moment in this country's history. The speech from the throne expected to get underway momentarily.
Our Mike Locouture is actually inside where those MPs are entering right now. Mike, I'll send it over to you. Tell us a bit about what you're seeing.
Yeah, so the shot that you're seeing now, Vassy, is the MPs who were in the House of Commons at the time that the Usher the Black Rod went and knocked on the door. So they came over, I believe, by these minibuses. Now, if you continue to sort of see here for a moment, I'll get Brian to sort of pan down the row. Earlier, you had a number of MPs, dozens of them, who had come in and lined up. And not to make this too much of a moment of levity, but they were all being herded here by members of staff from the Senate. I think it would have been better if they had one of those yellow ropes like you see at a daycare, because trying to make sure that they all stood in line and stayed here and made sure that they were actually staying in line. A couple of them, and I don't want to call them out by name, looked like they were trying to sneak to the front to get a better view. But anyways, those are MPs who will do what they want. But we see people here like François-Philippe Champagne, Michael Barrett, Yasser Naqvi, everybody from different parties. And now we are seeing the Usher the Black Rod come through. So I'm probably going to have to send it back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Mike. And we've got an inside look there at what is happening in the foyer of the House of Commons as members of Parliament, Mike mentioned, lined up. You can see a number of ministers among them as well as the procession makes its way back into the chamber of the Senate, where a number of senators have gathered, former prime ministers, former governors general, and that is where they're all going right now, is where the speech from the throne will be delivered.
And we saw yesterday, Vassy, what a special moment this was, not only for the people who are going to be able to, rub shoulders with their majesties, but also people who are here to absorb everything that's happening outside. People have been lining up just to get a sense of the excitement and of the jubilation of the day. You can see there the usher of the Black Rod entering the Senate chamber. And special, too, for somebody who, is not there. I was speaking yesterday with Phil White. He is the man who came up with the thrones or designed the thrones that the king will be using for the throne speech. And he's now retired. He retired in 2021. But he said he would be watching this moment extremely closely because this is the first time a reigning monarch will be using the thrones that are being used today. Let's just take a moment to listen in.
Order! Hello!
Stop now. Get down.
May it please your majesty. The House of Commons has elected me their Speaker, though I am but little able to fulfill the important duties thus assigned to me. If in the performance of those duties I should at any time fall into error, I pray that the fault may be imputed to me and not to the House of Commons, whose servant I am, and who, through me, the better to enable them to discharge their duty to their king and country, humbly claim all their undoubted rights and privileges, especially that they may have freedom of speech in their debates, access to your majesty's person at all seasonable times, and that their proceedings may receive from your majesty the most favorable construction. Qu'il plaise à votre majesté. La Chambre des communes m'a élu président.
The House of Commons elected me president, that I'd be able to do this. I was assigned. If, in executing my duties, I make a mistake, I'm asking that the fault must be sent to me and not to the Commons, for which I'm the servant, and trying to do the best. Their duties to the king of their country asks the recognition of their rights and privileges, notably freedom of speech in their debates, and also the access of the person of His Majesty in any convenient time, and asking that His Majesty interpret most favorably their deliberations.
Mr. Speaker, I am commanded by His Majesty the King to declare to you that he freely confides in the duty and attachment of the House of Commons to His Majesty's person and government, and not doubting that their proceedings will be conducted with wisdom, temper, and prudence, he grants and upon all occasions will recognize and allow their constitutional privileges. I am commanded also to assure you that the Commons shall have ready access to His Majesty upon all seasonable occasions, and that their proceedings, as well as your words and actions, will constantly receive from him the most favorable construction. Monsieur le Président, Sa Majesté, le
His
roi, me
Majesty,
charge de vous
the
dire
King,
que, ayant pleine confiance
makes
dans
me
le
say to say, he's got a full confidence in the loyalty and the attachment of the House of Commons with the government of His Majesty, doubting that the deliberations with wisdom, moderation, and prudence, and will be able to recognize those constitutional privileges. I am looking forward to make sure that the Commons will have in all convenient access, free access to His Majesty, and that their deliberations and your acts and your words will always be interpreted on the most favorable way.
Honourable Senators, members of the House of Commons, it is with a deep sense of pride and pleasure that my wife and I join you here today as we witness Canadians coming together in a renewed sense of national pride, unity and hope. I would like to acknowledge that we are gathered on the unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. This land acknowledgement is a recognition of shared history as a nation, while continuing to deepen my own understanding. It is my great hope that in each of your communities and collectively as a country, a path is found toward truth and reconciliation in both word and deed. This is my 20th visit to Canada, spread over the course of more than half a century, and my first as sovereign. As I've said before, every time I come to Canada, a little more of Canada seeps into my bloodstream, and from there, straight to my heart. I've always had the greatest admiration for Canada's unique identity, which is recognized across the world for bravery and sacrifice in defense of national values and for the diversity and kindness of Canadians. To the First Nations, Inuit and Métis peoples, you have welcomed my family and myself to your traditional lands with great warmth and hospitality, for which I am humbly grateful. This year, we mark the 80th anniversary of VE Day and VJ Day. On Juno Beach, at Dieppe, on the Somme, at Beaumont-Hamel, at Ypres, and on Vimy Ridge. At those places and many others, forever etched into our memories, Canadians fought and died alongside our closest allies. Aujourd'hui, je vois des élus venant
I
d'un
see
bout à l'autre
elected
du
members
Canada,
from one part of
de
Canada to the other,
Saint-Jean's
from St.
à
John's
Terre-Neuve et Labrador,
to Newfoundland and Labrador, to Victoria,
Colombie-Britannique,
in British Columbia,
et d'Arviat
in Dariat,
au Nunavut.
in Nunavut.
Je vois des
I
gardiens
see
des droits
some
et
keepers of
libertés
the rights
garantis
and
par
guaranteed
la Charte
freedom
canadienne.
by the Canadian Charter.
En tant que roi,
As king,
je tiens à
I
vous remercier
want to
de
thank
vous
you
mettre au service
that you be
de
at the
vos
service
compatriotes,
of your
d'un bout
compatriots
ou l'autre
from
de ce
one
grand et beau
end
pays.
to the other of this beautiful country.
You speak for your communities, representing an incredible richness of cultures, languages, and perspectives. We owe it to this generation and those who succeed us to think and act for the greater good of all. While the world faces unprecedented challenges, generating uncertainties across the continents with regards to peace and stability, economics, and climate change, your communities have the skills and determination to bring a wealth of solutions. En encourageant la collaboration et en tenant des débats
Encouraging the cooperation and debates that are constructive and respectful, you will permit this government to act with audacity and fairness for the good of Canadians.
It has been nearly 70 years since the Sovereign first opened Parliament. In the time since, Canada has dramatically changed, repatriating its constitution, achieving full independence, and witnessing immense growth. Canada has embraced its British, French, and Indigenous roots and become a bold, ambitious, innovative country that is bilingual, truly multicultural, and committed to reconciliation. The Crown has for so long been a symbol of unity for Canada. It also represents stability and continuity from the past to the present. As it should, it stands proudly as a symbol of Canada today, in all her richness and dynamism. When my dear late mother, Queen Elizabeth II, opened a new Canadian Parliament in 1957, the Second World War remained a fresh, painful memory. The Cold War was intensifying. Freedom and democracy were under threat. Canada was emerging as a growing economic power and a force for peace in the world. In the decades since, history has been punctuated by epoch-making events: the Vietnam War, the fall of the Berlin Wall, and the start of the War on Terror. Today, Canada faces another critical moment. Democracy, pluralism, the rule of law, self-determination, and freedom are values which Canadians hold dear, and ones which the government is determined to protect. The system of open global trade that, while not perfect, has helped to deliver prosperity for Canadians for decades, is changing. Canada's relationships with partners are also changing. Il nous faut confronter la réalité.
We must face reality.
Depuis la Deuxième Guerre mondiale,
the Second World War,
notre monde n'a jamais été aussi
has never
dangereux
been
et
as
instable.
dangerous and unstable
Le
as now.
Canada
Canada
fait face
is
à des
facing
défis qui,
some
dans nos
challenges
vies,
that
sont sans précédent.
are without precedent.
Many Canadians are feeling anxious and worried about the drastically changing world around them. Fundamental change is always unsettling. Yet this moment is also an incredible opportunity, an opportunity for renewal, an opportunity to think big and to act bigger, an opportunity for Canada to embark on the largest transformation of its economy since the Second World War. A confident Canada, which has welcomed new Canadians, including from some of the most tragic global conflict zones, can seize this opportunity by recognizing that all Canadians can give themselves far more than any foreign power on any continent can ever take away. And that by staying true to Canadian values, Canada can build new alliances and a new economy that serves all Canadians. The Prime Minister and the President of the United States, for example, have begun defining a new economic and security relationship between Canada and the United States, rooted in mutual respect and founded on common interests, to deliver transformational benefits for both sovereign nations. Simultaneously,
the government is reinforcing its relationships with the commercial partners and trustful allies. Make sure that Canada has what this world needs and defending the values that people respect. Canada is ready to start a coalition of nations that will share these values, that believes in cooperation, international cooperation, and free trade of goods, and of services and ideas. In this new world that evolves at a frenetic rhythm, Canada will show the road to follow. The demonstration will be made to when Canada will preside the summit of the G7.
The government is guided by its conviction that the economy is only truly strong when it serves everyone. Many Canadians are struggling to get ahead. The government is responding, reducing middle-class taxes and saving two-income families up to $840 a year. It will cut the GST on homes at or under $1 million for first-time home buyers, delivering savings of up to $50,000. And it will lower the GST on homes between $1 million and $1.5 million. Le gouvernement assurera la pérennité
will make sure that we have programs that they already know that permits to families to save thousands of dollars a year. Notably, whether for the medication, insurance, and also the dental services of Canada that will be accessible to 8 million Canadians, permitting to save more than $800 per year in average.
The government's overarching goal, its core mission, is to build the strongest economy in the G7. That starts with creating one Canadian economy out of 13. Internal barriers to trade and labour mobility cost Canada as much as $200 billion each year. The government will introduce legislation to remove all remaining federal barriers to internal trade and labour mobility by Canada Day. Les premiers ministres de plusieurs provinces
of many provinces and territories already took some measures to break the obstacles to interior commerce. The government will go on these progress to create, before Canada Day, a real system of free trade across the country. It's efforts that are essential to permit for Canada to realize all its potential on an economic level. But that's not sufficient.
To build Canada strong, the government is working closely with provinces, territories, and Indigenous peoples to identify and catalyze projects of national significance. Projects that will connect Canada, that will deepen Canada's ties with the world, and that will create high-paying jobs for generations. Given the pace of change and the scale of opportunities, speed is of the essence. Through the creation of a new major federal project office, the time needed to approve a project will be reduced from 5 years to 2, all while upholding Canada's world-leading environmental standards and its constitutional obligations to Indigenous peoples. The government will also strike cooperation agreements with every interested province and territory within 6 months to realize its goal of one project, one review. When Canadians come together, Canada builds things that last.
To eliminate these obstacles that are slowing down the economy of Canada will bring a new era of growth, because with Canada will go over the commercial wars, but get stronger than ever. That will permit to become a superpower as far as the green energy, and to build a strategy, industrial strategy that will permit that Canada be more competitive on the international level while fighting the climate change. To build systems of good careers with specialized crafts, and to make Canada a turntable for science and innovation.
Critically, the government will undertake a series of measures to help double the rate of home building while creating an entirely new housing industry, using Canadian technology, Canadian skilled workers, and Canadian lumber. The government will introduce measures to deliver affordable homes by creating Build Canada homes. This mission-driven organization will act to accelerate the development of new affordable housing. It will invest in the growth of the prefabricated and modular housing industry, and it will provide significant financing to affordable home builders. The government will make the housing market work better, including by cutting municipal development charges in half for all multi-unit housing. The government will drive supply up to bring housing costs down. To be truly strong, Canada must be secure. To that end, the government will introduce legislation to enhance security at Canada's borders. Law enforcement and intelligence agencies will have new tools to stop the flow of fentanyl and its precursors. The Canada Border Services Agency will be given new powers to examine goods destined for export, to prevent the transport of illegal and stolen products, including cars. Le gouvernement protégera la souveraineté du Canada en rebâtissant, réarmant et réinvestissant dans les forces armées canadiennes.
Canadian Armed Forces.
Il stimulera l'industrie militaire canadienne en prenant part au plan Réarme Europe et contribuera ainsi avec des partenaires européens à la sécurité transatlantique. Et il investira pour renforcer sa présence dans le Nord. Alors que cette région, qui est partie intégrante de la nation canadienne, fait face à de nouvelles menaces. The government will discharge its duty to protect Canadians and their sovereign rights from wherever challenges may come at home or abroad. To keep communities safe, the government will hire 1,000 more RCMP personnel. It will change firearms licensing and strengthen enforcement of yellow and red flag laws. Weapons licenses for those convicted of intimate partner violence and those subject to protection orders will be revoked. Through the deployment of scanners, drones, and helicopters, additional personnel, and canine teams, the government will stem the tide of illegal guns and drugs across the border. It will take these steps while protecting the rights of law-abiding gun owners and Indigenous peoples' long-standing hunting traditions. The government will bring a renewed focus on car theft and home invasions by toughening the criminal code to make bail harder to get for repeat offenders charged with committing these crimes, along with human trafficking and drug smuggling. During this time of great change, Canadians are uniting behind what makes Canada unique. La langue française,
the French language, and the Quebec culture are the heart of the Canadian identity. They define the country that Canadians and me love so much. Canada is a country where we respect and celebrate the official languages and the Indigenous languages. The government wants to protect the institutions that make these cultures are shining and these identity in the entire world, like CBC Radio-Canada, protect what gives us access, some fresh food and quality food, some agricultural producers, and protect the management of the offer.
Nature is core to Canada's identity. In 2022, Canada convened COP15 in Montreal, which concluded with 196 countries striking a historic agreement to protect 30% of their lands and 30% of waters by 2030. To this end, the government will protect more of Canada's nature than ever before through the creation of new national parks, national urban parks, marine protected areas, and other conservation initiatives. The government will always protect the rights and freedoms that the Charter guarantees for every Canadian. The government will be a reliable partner to Indigenous peoples, upholding its fundamental commitment to advancing reconciliation. Central to this commitment is the creation of long-term wealth and prosperity with Indigenous peoples. For that reason, the government will double the Indigenous Loan Guarantee Program from $5 billion to $10 billion, enabling more Indigenous communities to become owners of major projects. As Canada moves forward with nation-building projects, the government will always be firmly guided by the principle of free, prior, and informed consent. Canada's immigration system has long been a source of pride for Canadians and of dynamism for the economy. The government is dedicated to rebuilding the trust of Canadians in immigration by restoring balance to the system. Le gouvernement instaurera une limite sur le nombre de travailleurs étrangers temporaires
et temporary workers and international students, establishing a ceiling that will, starting in 2027, will be below 5% of the Canadian population. Simultaneously, he will bring the best talents in the world to build the economy and will make it known to Canadians that are working
in
foreign countries, if they want to come back to the country, there's no moment better to do. In all these actions, the government will be guided by a new fiscal discipline. Spend less so that Canadians can invest more.
Day-to-day government spending, the government's operating budget, has been growing by 9% every year. The government will introduce measures to bring it below 2%. Transfers to provinces, territories, or individuals will be maintained. The government will balance its operating budget over the next 3 years by cutting waste, capping the public service, ending duplication, and deploying technology to improve public sector productivity. In parallel, the government will take a series of measures to catalyze new investment, to create better jobs and higher incomes for Canadians. The scale of the government's initiative will match the challenges of our times and the ambitions of Canadians. Honourable Senators, members of the House of Commons, when my dear late mother addressed your predecessors 7 decades ago, she said that in that age and against the backdrop of international affairs, no nation could live unto itself. It is a source of great pride that in the following decades, Canada has continued to set an example to the world in her conduct and values as a force for good. À vous,
to you,
et à l'ensemble du peuple canadien,
and to the
mon épouse et
Canadian
moi-même,
people, my wife and myself, are addressing our sincere thanks for that more welcome,
as
more
the anthem reminds
warm
us,
welcome.
the true North is indeed strong and free. Members of the House of Commons, you will be asked to appropriate the funds to carry out the services and expenditures authorised by Parliament. May you honour the profound trust bestowed upon you by Canadians. And may God bless and guide you in all your duties.
For the third time in this country's history since Confederation in 1867, our reigning monarch, King Charles, has delivered a speech from the throne that lasted about 27 minutes long. And essentially was in 2 parts. The first part about Canada and its place in the world, given the political context of the tensions between Canada and the U.S. And the second part, essentially, a synthesis or a summation of Liberal campaign commitments. And there was some interesting language that he used, Vassy, in this speech. I mean, it was a challenging speech in many ways because the king is not a political person. It's a apolitical role. And at the same time, he had to acknowledge what was happening between the 2 countries. And so there were several references, right? There's references to Canada's unique identity, the fact that there was a system of open global trade that, while not perfect, has helped Canada to deliver prosperity. We must be clear-eyed. The world is more dangerous. and more uncertain, and that Canada is ready to build a coalition of like-minded countries, allies with like-minded countries. So he mentioned the President of the United States. He did not mention Donald Trump by name, and was walking that line between affirming Canada's identity, acknowledging the tensions between the U.S., but not sort of overtly being critical of the U.S. president.
Yeah, I thought the moment of the speech is actually what's on the banner at the bottom of the screen, just before the conclusion of it, when the King said the true North is indeed strong and free, and there was sustained applause from the people who had gathered. All the other things that we heard from him, even about the relationship with the United States, for example, were very much what we're used to hearing from this kind of newly minted government, but more specifically from the Prime Minister, for all the domestic policy he talked about, even Canada's kind of newfound position in the world. A lot of that is, of course, because he's delivering the government speech from the throne, very much what we're used to hearing. But it was those little moments, like you mentioned at the top, referencing the significance of Canada's unique national identity, and then the conclusion where he said, the true North is indeed strong and free. I think those are the moments that punctuated this speech, that made it significant in the way Canadians had been hoping it would be, which is against the backdrop of what the United States in Donald Trump has been threatening, this idea that we could be just taken over by them through economic force. Yes, Donald Trump has backed off all of that, but I think the words that the King spoke and the show of it all told a very different story.
And I think that's why it's so fascinating to dissect the nuance in this speech. You're right. I mean, this is very much, as throne speeches have been throughout history, the government's message, its outline for its agenda in this 45th Parliament. But in this case, you've got a sovereign, you've got the monarch delivering the speech, and it was fascinating to hear how personal he got. And there's not a single word in this speech that was uttered through the King's mouth that would not have had to be approved by the palace. And so the fact that he, acknowledged the tensions to the extent that he did was significant. And it was significant that it was the King uttering this message. Of course, talking about the long history of the links between the British monarchy and Canada, and also bringing up his mother, the late Queen, at least a couple of times, and also talking about the fact that he himself has visited Canada 20 times, that this is his 20th visit. So really emphasizing on those links and acknowledging that Canada is facing unprecedented challenges. Again, we have to say this is the government's messaging, the government system, but the fact that he is saying those words is absolutely significant.
And saying them before the room of people that you see assembled there, right? You've got the current Governor General, former Governors General, the current Prime Minister standing to the left of the King, all the other former Prime Ministers who have assembled to hear this. The King will now, alongside the Queen, make his way out of the chambers to applause, as you can hear there. And MPs will once again assemble through the foyer, and he will sort of meet them in a procession, or almost like in a receiving line on his way out of the building. There is one additional stop outside, and we'll talk about that in a moment because it's right behind us. But then ultimately they're headed back to England, just a short 24-hour trip. Our Mike Locouture is actually in that foyer where the King is making his way out now. Mike.
Yeah, hi, Vassy. As you said, the MPs have gathered out here. They started gathering at the beginning of the speech, actually, to try and get a spot. A number of Conservatives, I saw Andrew Scheer, Adam Chambers, they had said to me, look, we couldn't even get anywhere close, so we're just going to hang out here and wait. I'll just step out of the way so you can see all of the MPs that are gathered here. A number of people will recognize Evan Solomon there, newly minted minister, also former journalist. The Usher, the Black Rod, just going by. We're waiting for this procession, and a number of them you can see with their phones out, and obviously they are fans as well as being legislators here, waiting for the King, and he is just around the pillar over there. We understand he is shaking hands, it looks like, with a couple of the assembled MPs. Michael Barrett is over there, Conservative, and it looks like he's just going to be coming around right now. There he is with Queen Camilla, and a number of them reaching out their hand to shake. Charles de Souza right there, Liberal. And it's interesting to see how these MPs, who of course are going to have to get to work in the next day or so. They are lined up here waiting for this moment to see the royals and really to have an exchange with them. Patty Haidu is there as well. I see Karina Gould, Ron McKinnon, and just waiting for that interaction that they can have as he passes right in front of our cameras here. There he is, shaking hands with Evan Solomon and Adam Van Couverden, and it's just that moment, right, that they all want to have and they all want to share with the royals, that they've been waiting for here for a little while. And to your point, Vassy and Omar, you know, what struck me in terms of the actual message was that last one, because it was, in his words, it was when he spoke about his late dear mother addressing the predecessors 7 decades ago. She said that in that age, against the backdrop of international affairs, no nation could live unto itself. It is a source of great pride that in the following decades, Canada has continued to set an example to the world in her conduct and values as a force of good. And then he mentioned that in the anthem, it reminds us the true North strong and free. Something that I think, words that will resonate, and something that Canadians had been asking for. You'll remember when a number of people were commentating on the Prime Minister, Prime Minister Carney going over to London. I was there with him in that first trip, and we had asked, did you ask for King Charles to say something to Donald Trump, basically back off and stop with the 51st state talk? And Carney said, no, it is understood. But clearly this was something here that was put in this speech by King Charles that was, the collaboration with the palace and the Prime Minister's office, and a clear sign and a clear message about Canada and its sovereignty. Vassy, Omar?
Mike, there's an interesting moment in the speech, and I don't know if this struck out to you, but he said the Prime Minister and the President of the United States, for example, have been defining a new economic and security relationship between Canada and the U.S., rooted in mutual respect and founded on common interests to deliver transformational benefits. But then he goes on to say, in parallel, the government is working to strengthen its relationship with reliable trading partners and allies around the world, recognizing that Canada has what the world needs and the values the world respects. The fact that he was able to acknowledge in those 2 paragraphs, or those, couple of sentences, that, look, there is a lot of commonality between Canada and the U.S., but if it can't happen, Canada is obviously forging its own path. Again, I do want to underline that this is the government's message, but it is coming in this case, for the 3rd time in history, from a sovereign's mouth. What did you make of that statement?
Yeah, and it's interesting, Omar, because this is something that you've been hearing from the Prime Minister, is trying to include and trying to continue to really strengthen that and chart this new path. I mean, he had said during the campaign so many times, you lost count of it, on how the relationship between Canada and the United States will never be the same again. And that now, with this language, talking about charting that new relationship, is really trying to set the table. And I think we saw that in Washington, D.C., inside the Oval Office, where they talked about this relationship. You saw how President Donald Trump treated Prime Minister Mark Carney, and a clear reset of how they were going to try and go forward. But Prime Minister Mark Carney has been clear that relationship is no longer the same, that we do have to look beyond our borders and beyond that relationship that we've had with our southern neighbors, so reliant on them for trade and for so many other things. And that is what he's trying to do here, trying to diversify our trade. And that was why that first trip that I had spoken about when he became Prime Minister before the election, both to France and to London in the United Kingdom, to try and talk about how Canada could reach beyond our borders. Those 2 countries, obviously founding countries of our country, but also those typical allies and historical allies, to try and make sure that Canada does these new things. And one of the things that struck me about that trip, Omar, was that before that trip, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's last trip overseas was to London, where there was talk for rearming Ukraine and trying to help them. And Prime Minister Trudeau was asked, point blank whether or not Canada would be part of that coalition of the willing, and he didn't really give a straight answer to it. And then when we asked that same question to Prime Minister Mark Carney when he was in there as Prime Minister and leader of Canada, and when he met with Keir Starmer and then Emmanuel Macron, and he said yes, Canada would be. So a very clear message that Mark Carney is going to do things differently, and he wants to chart this new path and really look for new alliances on the world stage. Omar, Vassy?
Yeah, we're just looking inside as MPs, kind of like a rock concert or something, lined up to shake hands with the King and the Queen in a fashion we certainly don't normally see them doing so. All of them very excited, many of them pulling out their phones to take pictures. The King and Queen, the Prime Minister, and a number of other dignitaries will now head over to the War Memorial, which is actually where Omar and I are, and just behind us at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. They will lay a wreath before departing ultimately for the airport. I want to talk a little bit more about the content of the speech. Corey Tonight, Scott Reed, and Kathleen Monk are here to help us do that. Kathleen, what stood out to you?
Well, the line that you mentioned, of course, we were all waiting for it, and that's what the applause gave it, that the true North is indeed strong and free, where the King ended the throne speech. But there was lots of interesting policy nuggets, for sure, beyond the signal of our own sovereignty. I think, actually, if you are from the defense or security sector, you're pretty happy listening to that speech. Lots of new commitments to hire new RCMP officers, for a new bill for the border agency to allow them to search new exports. Also, there's actually a commitment in the speech to join Rearm Europe. So lots of defense commitments there, including rebuilding our army. Not a lot if you're looking for any mentions on healthcare or on employment insurance. If people are in fact concerned about a possible upcoming recession, not a lot there either for folks to chew on. But I guess the one takeaway beyond the true North is indeed strong and free line. I look at the cover that Prime Minister Carney chose to put on the front of this speech from the throne, an image of a backpacker with a big Canadian flag hanging off the backpack, climbing in Grossmorn National Park in Newfoundland. A really strong Canadian message about exploring and the future for Canadians. And that's a future that, as outlined in the throne speech, also includes things like attracting more talent, right? Trying to convince some expats, people who've moved abroad, to come back to Canada to strengthen our country and grow our economy. So lots of positive stuff in the speech. Only one real applause line for the King, but interesting nonetheless.
Corey, what's your read on the speech?
Well, I thought it was a very carefully crafted speech. I think a very ambitious speech, but I think in ways, as you mentioned earlier, Vassy, that we've seen before. But it is an ambitious plan, and it's one that's leaning heavily on Canadian self-reliance and creating some separation between us and the United States in some areas that we're not used to having it. But at home, what a departure from the Trudeau era. Some of the things being talked about, speed of approvals on resource and energy projects, really going after internal trade, dealing with crime. These are not themes that you're used to hearing. I guess some commonality around housing and areas like that, but spending restraint, trying to bring spending from 9% down to 2%. Well, boy, oh boy, that's not something that you heard in the Trudeau era. And then if you're looking at the things from abroad, I agree with the things that Kathleen was saying around defense spending. But when you're talking about diversification of trade, when you're talking about alliances and diplomacy, it really is about Canada charting a very different course than what we've seen, not just in the last Liberal government, but in the last 50 years.
Scott, what about you? I thought that, Corey, I was looking at listening to the speech and looking at the reaction from, at moments, former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, but also former Prime Minister Stephen Harper. There was more in the speech, I felt like, that you would have heard from Prime Minister Harper back in the day than you might have from Prime Minister Trudeau.
Yeah, look, it's not surprising that it feels different than the Trudeau government. Mark Carney campaigned and came to power almost entirely on the basis that he represented change. But you know, I want to go to the big thing. And the big thing is our relationship with the United States. The big thing is what would the king say? And even in the veiled vocabulary of the king, I thought this was pretty forceful and direct. And I would point out two specific words, two words that I think were quite deliberately chosen and that provided enormous emphasis. And we've talked about the passage at the end, right? It's the true north is indeed strong and free. It's the placement of the word indeed. That is a flashing siren toward the United States. That is an expression of muscular independence. And then earlier in the speech, we're talking about how Canada can retain for itself and how it can maintain what any foreign power on any continent might take away. And I think that that phrase, any continent, again, that word any inserted there, because when we talk about those things, that sort of sounds like a familiar phrase, except for the fact that our minds are cast to some overseas threats. When we say any continent, it's clearly meant to communicate that these days the hostilities come from Donald Trump in the Oval Office, here on our shared North American continent. So I thought that it was pretty explicit by the standards of regal communication.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
All right, thank you so much. Not sure if I heard Corey wanting to say something. Corey, did you want to add something?
Well, I was going to point out that maybe the fourth Liberal term is actually a fourth Harper term in terms of many of the things that you say.
Let's not get carried away here, okay? The king's still in town.
But I was quite pleased with that.
All right, we'll let you guys continue that conversation and join you back hopefully in a few minutes' time. Corey, Kathleen, Scott, thanks so much. You see here live pictures of the Governor General and her husband, Whit Fraser, emerging from the Senate and now making their way to the National War Memorial behind me. And the Majesties will be laying a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier. It is, by the way, the 25th anniversary of that Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, so that will be happening in a few minutes' time. But let's head back into the Senate, where CTV's Michael Couture is standing by, speaking with a couple of MPs. And what are they telling you, Mike, about their reaction to what the King had to say?
Yeah, it's interesting, Omar, because I'm here with Michael Barrett, who was one of the first in line there to greet the King and Queen. And so what was that interaction like? What did you say to them?
Well, it was really exciting to meet their Majesties and King Charles. He asked about the opening of Centre Block and was interested in when we'd return to the permanent home of the House of Commons and the Senate. And I said, we expect it in 2031, and that I said, perhaps a break in protocol. I invited him to open Parliament in 2031, and he said he'd like to do that. So
that's fantastic. So obviously a historic moment. I want to dig into the speech a little bit. What did you think of it? First of all, what was in there that you thought made sense, and what was missing from it in your mind?
Well, it's really important coming out of an election that we see a plan from the government. Now, it's, I think, great to have His Majesty here to read the speech from the throne, but that speech is not a plan. And so today is great to demonstrate Canada's enduring connection, Parliament's connection to the Crown, and how that strengthens our democracy, but it doesn't lay out how it's going to strengthen our economy. We need to see what the government's plan is to reduce their inflationary spending, to help the cost of living challenges that Canadians have. How are they going to fund the programs that they allude to in this speech from the throne, whether it's on housing or on making our communities safer with changes to bail laws? So those details really are contained in a budget document, and that's what Parliament should be dealing with. That's what the House of Commons should be seized with over the next 4 weeks, but really over the next few months, though the Prime Minister plans for Parliament to recess at the end of June.
Yeah, and I know that the Prime Minister had also talked about how those calculations could be changed by meetings at NATO coming up in June. I wanted to ask you, because we had François-Philippe Champagne, the finance minister here, who said he's looking forward to a new sense of collaboration and really calling on all opposition parties to join them in really trying to unite the country behind them. And you saw in the throne speech a number of initiatives, especially the tough on crime stuff, that almost look conservative platform-esque. What did you think of that?
Well, I think that some of the best ideas that we saw in the Liberal platform and in the speech from the throne were lifted from conservative policies, and that's great. If they want to take on those common sense Canada First policies, that's fantastic, and we want to see the legislation, and that's why seeing a budget would be so helpful in us being able to predict which measures we can support the government on. And the bottom line on that is what makes sense, what puts Canadians first, that helps restore that affordability, that helps bring down that cost of living, that helps make houses more affordable, that helps make our streets safer, restores that promise of Canada. Those are areas they're going to find historic and profound cooperation, while we're still maintaining our important job, our constitutional obligation to hold the government to account.
Before I wrap it up, I want to ask you, the throne speech as you see it now, will it get conservative support?
We're going to have to see what the implementing legislation is that goes behind all of the policies that were proposed today. So we're hopeful that the government will put forward a plan that we can support, and the key criteria for that have been well laid out. They know what to expect from us, and it's really all about putting Canada first, putting Canadians first.
Okay, I appreciate your time. Michael Barrett, Conservative MP, who got to meet the Royals earlier today. Send it back to Vassy and Omar.
All right, Mike, thank you so much. And again, live pictures here in the country's capital, the nation's capital. There you see a shot of the Governor General. Before that, the Prime Minister and his wife, Mark Carney and Diana Carney, making their way now to the National War Memorial, which is directly behind where Vassy and I are broadcasting from this morning. And from there, we know that Their Majesties will lay a wreath at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. That will be happening in just a few minutes' time. Let's just take a moment to listen in and try to make out a little bit of what the Prime Minister is saying as he greets quite a sizable crowd here in Ottawa. It looks, though, that the shot has now changed back into the Senate building, where the King is now departing with the Queen. Let's listen.
Just up here to the left. Just come on the road. Your Majesty's, I'll bid you adieu.
Just more space. Guys, give us more space.
I don't need two cameras, I just need one.
And we'd like to take a quick moment to welcome our viewers from Ontario who are now joining us on CTV main network as the King and the Queen depart the Senate, from where he has now delivered a historic throne speech, only the third time since Confederation, since 1867, that a sovereign, a monarch, has delivered a speech from the throne.
Sorry.
Yeah, the crowd, Omar, has really, in the last 30 minutes, just populated itself enormously. They've moved over basically from the Senate. Now they're crowded right in front of the Chateau Laurier. It's like half a block that the King and Queen have to walk to get to the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, where they will be laying that wreath. But the crowd is noisy. They're excited. The second the King walked out of the Senate, for example, the crowd kind of erupted into cheers and applause. They are genuinely really pumped about all of this.
And somebody who has a front row seat to all of this jubilation and this excitement is CTV's Abigail Bimman. Give us a sense, I mean, as Vassy was mentioning, Abigail, just in the past little while, that there has been a huge swell in the crowd size. What are you seeing where you are?
So, Omar, we're just having some connection issues, and I can't exactly hear your question, but I'll just set the scene for you. As you can see, I'm here by the tomb of the unknown soldier, and we know that the Governor General, as well as the Prime Minister, have already walked the short distance over from the Senate. And in the last minute and a half, I would say, we heard huge cheers from the crowd, and we understand that the King left the Senate building. So we are waiting for their Majesties to arrive here at the tomb of the unknown soldier, where they will lay a wreath. The Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, as part of the War Memorial here, was set up in the year 2000. So this is the 25th anniversary of that tomb, and that is what this wreath laying will commemorate. There are some other portions of the ceremony as well. We know that the last post will be played by a bugler. We see the RCMP here as well. There is much color to the ceremony, and this is another piece of this downtown Ottawa moment that is open to the public. So, of course, the hundreds of people who are here to see the King, there are many gathered on all sides of the War Memorial, or a few sides of the War Memorial as well, for those who didn't get a chance to see the King and Queen and the carriage making their way towards the Senate, hoping to get a chance to see the King now. And we're hearing some reaction in the crowd as well. So I will throw it back to you, Vassy and Omar.
Yeah, we've been hearing these spontaneous cheers as the royal couple come closer to the position that we are at. The King and Queen, taking their time not only to meet with the politicians and the dignitaries who were inside that Senate chamber not long ago, but also with the people who've gathered. And certainly in the past little while, Vassy, to your point, I mean, there has been a massive, a huge swell in the number of people who've gathered. And it doesn't hurt that it is just the most picture-perfect Ottawa day that you could have. Blue skies and sunny skies to experience this historic moment. And as Abigail mentioned, the royal couple will now be making their way. They're actually not that, from where they are now to the National War Memorial, it's not a huge distance at all. It's very close. And so they will be there to lay a wreath. And there's such a beautiful symmetrical shot behind us of that ceremony as it's about to get underway. And I believe we're cutting to that shot right now as people are getting ready for that moment. And this will be basically the last event that they have before the royal couple then moves on to the airport, to Hangar 11, which is, of course, the hangar where the VIPs arrive and leave from, and make their way back to the UK for a trip, by the way, that has been a whirlwind. I mean, it's been less than 24 hours that they've been on the ground in Canada, but making quite a statement in that time.
Yeah, very much so. In all of the when you look at the kind of them greeting the crowds here, it's what they did all day yesterday too. They went to a series of stops between the airport, for example, at Lansdowne, which is just that way, in the afternoon. And then they went to Rideau Hall. And all along the way, there have been Canadians who assembled. This is definitely the biggest crowd that I've seen over the last 24 hours. But the King certainly taking his time, like he did, as you pointed out, inside the Senate chamber to meet with the MPs, to shake the hands of everyone who had assembled, to do the same for the Canadians who are proudly displaying their patriotism through the flags that they're all holding at this point. Everybody kind of in order, standing politely, waiting to welcome the King and be able to, and the Queen, I should say, and to be able to shake their hands. When they do make their way eventually, which shouldn't take too long, over to the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, it actually lies at the foot of the National War Memorial and contains the remains of an unidentified soldier who had been buried near Vimy Ridge in France. This year, I think you said it before, is the 25th anniversary of the repatriation of that unknown soldier, so there is inherent significance there as well. The King and the Queen will lay a wreath down to pay homage to that. And that will kind of bring to a conclusion the formal part of their visit. This is all happening just a number of minutes after the King delivered the throne speech inside the chamber, inside the Red Chamber, just a few short steps from where he is right now. The crowd cannot get enough. They are, as I said, packed in here, right into downtown Ottawa. A distinct security perimeter around it, but not too rigid to keep the king away from being able to shake all their hands.
In a moment, by the way, we should say that is important for the country and this country's history, but also significant for their monarchy as well. I mean, you know, at a time as you know, there have been debates for decades about the monarchy's relevance. This is how the king and queen are showing their relevance, essentially saying through an act of soft diplomacy that Canada, we've got you. We're there to support you at this time when your very existence is being threatened by your southern neighbor. Not explicitly saying that, but certainly when you dissect the language and the nuance of the language in that throne speech, that's exactly what this message is. Again, those spontaneous cheers, that's exactly what this message is. And the fact that that speech, even though it's the government's message coming from the king's mouth, is all the more significant. They don't seem to be rushing, which is nice to see. They're taking their time meeting the crowds.
Yeah, Mike's point I thought was a great one. If you recall, when those threats were being levied against us, the constant references to the 51st state, we were all wondering where the king was. Where is the monarchy? Where is the governor general even representing the monarchy? And everyone was kind of tight-lipped. Fast forward a few months, obviously with a newly formed government in place, an election in the rearview mirror, there is a different sense now of the degree to which the monarchy is willing to say something about Canada's sovereignty, and that in fact was the case in the throne speech. I think it will have a lasting impact on Canadians who had been kind of waiting and watching and wanting this moment to happen to one degree or another.
And as I'm looking over my left shoulder, I can see their majesties make their way closer to the tomb of the unknown soldiers. So really they're just steps away from where that wreath-laying ceremony will be taking place. Again, the 25th anniversary of the tomb of the unknown soldier, containing the body of, the remains, I should say, of an unknown soldier from the Cabaret Rouge British Cemetery in the vicinity of Vimy Ridge, France. Let's get to Richard Berthelsen, who is our royal commentator. Richard, let me just get your reactions, first of all, to the speech itself. What did you make of it?
I think the speech was very careful. You have to really deconstruct throne speeches as far as the king's concerned, sort of three sections. There's sort of some personal comments at the beginning, there's the government's agenda in the vast majority of it, and there's some personal comments at the end. Of course, the comment about that this is indeed the true north, strong and free, obviously really caught those assembled in the Senate, and they broke into applause, which is not always the case with throne speeches. I will just point out, the true north, strong and free is also the words that are on the plane that is flying the king over here. So that is a very key part of our national anthem, obviously a key part of this. I mean, I think the biggest thing we can say about this whole visit has been the visuals, the crowds, and a sense of the monarchy itself in Canada being reinvented as a real bulwark against, other views about where Canada should be, and a real reinforcing of our sovereignty. So that also comes out very strongly in the speech, but it's really the visuals, the response of the crowd, and the way we perceive the institution that is really the legacy here.
You're right in the way.
And here comes King Charles and Queen Camilla. They are at the National War Memorial in downtown Ottawa at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier.
You brought the weather with you. We had to have on those the fishing net, the fishing wrecks around the tip of the screw.
It's not. We've got it right. Black southern.
Before you look at full person, all ready service. Join the speech.
Well, straight and narrow. Make sure he delivers all right.
Yes. It means the world will deliver.
King Charles and the Queen about to enter their vehicles to head back to the United Kingdom after what has been a whirlwind trip here in Canada, less than 24 hours, and saying their final goodbyes at the National War Memorial, where they have just laid a wreath to mark the 25th anniversary of the tomb of the unknown soldier. Before that, the King delivering the speech from the throne, a historic speech from the throne, only the third time that has happened in this country's history.
Some crowd management going on as they get ready to, there's like a whole motorcade of vehicles behind us as they get ready to take the King and Queen to the airport. He's sticking around. They're sticking around, though, to greet almost everybody who has lined up. You know, of course, a long line of dignitaries, but also stopping to shake hands with so many people who had come out to witness the ceremony of what took place. It was nice, you know, there was lots that took place in the Senate, but it was really nice to see the part of this that took place out here.
And just observing him and the Queen, I mean, he's really taking his time to meet people who've been standing outside, some of them for hours, before the events got underway this morning, to take part in, as we said, a very historic occasion for this country.
Abigail,
greet the couple.
Pardon me, Abigail. I was just going to say Abigail Bimman is on the ground right there where all of this is taking place. Abigail, that sort of mini Remembrance Day ceremony, you could call it. It was so much like what we do see on November 11th every year. It was quite moving.
It was. That's a great way to move it, to put it, quite moving, especially with that moment of silence where there are really hundreds, if not thousands of people here. I can't quite get a full sense of it. And to hear that silence fall over the crowd as people reflected on just what was happening. And I know you laid it out before with that wreath laying at the tomb of the unknown soldier, the 25th anniversary there to commemorate the 116,000 Canadians who have given their lives in service, and to watch that and to watch the crowd taking that moment in was very moving. We saw the King lay that wreath that was handed over to him by a retired sergeant, and then we saw the Queen place those flowers on that tomb. Going back to what you mentioned in terms of their Majesties and the King especially really taking the time to meet all these people, it may seem brief, that handshake or that word from the King, but really when you think about how fast this trip was, I'm just looking at the clock, and we're not even at the 24-hour mark since the King touched down here in Ottawa. So to have the chance to meet really hundreds of Canadians, and I've been at a number of these stops over the past 24 hours, it is really remarkable. And for those people who, as you've referenced, have been waiting for hours for a chance to spot, and in a best case scenario for them to have a word with or to meet the King, is really something that will have a lasting impact on the Canadians who are here today. Something else that I'll note, as I don't think I've mentioned before in our coverage, taking in the sights and sounds from today, you can see that some of the uniforms of the people at these events still have an ER rather than a CR, so a reference to Queen Elizabeth. I spoke with a member of the Dragoons yesterday at the airport whose insignia still has ER on all of the buttons, and I asked, when is this going to be changed over, and they didn't really have an answer, but sort of just signifying that it's still relatively new, that this is the King's first visit to Canada as King, and there are still marks of his mother here. I reference it because the piper behind me had that large ER that was quite visible. So just another of the many symbols that we've been discussing throughout the course of the King's visit here, and it sounds like they've moved off that National War Memorial and will be heading in that motorcade back to the airport for the wrap-up of a quick but impactful visit to Canada. I'll send it back to you, Vassy and Omar.
As those overhead shots now show us the motorcades departing there at the National War Memorial. And what a fitting way to end this. I mean, every time I hear that bugler on Remembrance Day or on a day such as today, it really gives me chills. I mean, they're paying tribute to the men and women who've fought, who've sacrificed their blood, sweat, and tears to form what this country is. And really, that's what this visit is all about, too. It's celebrating all that makes Canada what it is, really paying tribute to its values, honoring the progress that it has made, and really fundamentally affirming the fact that it is, as the King said, Vassy, in the throne speech, the true North, strong and free.
Yep, very much. Even, as far as you're talking about the ceremony that took place, the younger girl who gave the Queen the wreath that she ultimately laid at the foot of the tomb of the unknown soldier, her father, Master Corporal Scott Francis Vernelli, paid the ultimate sacrifice during his third combat mission in Afghanistan back in 2009. He lost his life. And so even the symbolism in that, right, that she was the one there who was giving the Queen that wreath so that she could lay it at the tomb of the unknown soldier, marking 25 years since the unknown soldier was repatriated right there to the War Memorial that you are looking at head on. Afia Hagen, our royal commentator, has been watching along with us throughout this afternoon. As this visit comes to a conclusion, Afia, your takeaway, like what stands out to you about what we just saw over the past few hours take place?
I mean, the visuals are always so strong when it comes to these royal visits, whether it's, the armed forces out, whether it's the pipers, that aerial shot that you had just now of the motorcade moving away from the War Memorial, the tomb of the unknown soldier. And of course, it's such a beautiful day as well. These visuals are so important. The pomp and the pageantry that we see is a real reinforcement of what the monarchy is all about. And of course, it's linked to Canada. It's a real reminder for the whole world that Canada is a sovereign state. And that's really what this visit was all about. It's that power of soft diplomacy, that soft power, which really, really does a lot of good, which can be very powerful in its own way. And I think really, you know, the symbolism that we have seen over the, is it even 24 hours? Like you've been saying, it's really a whirlwind trip, I think is so powerful. And I think for me, from the speech, you know, it really felt like King Charles was saying as much as he could say without veering into you know, a place that you shouldn't be in. You know, he didn't mention Donald Trump by name, but he did reference the, you know, the President of the United States, and talking about Canada-United States relationship, and talking about, you know, the opportunity that Canadians have to reinvent themselves, have the largest transformation of its economy since the Second World War, trying to put a positive spin, perhaps, on where the relationship with the United States has been. I think, you know, really significant that King Charles sort of went there, really felt like he was going there in that speech. But like I say, the pomp, the pageantry, all the visuals that we have are so striking from this 24-hour whirlwind visit. And I think one of probably the most significant royal visits we have had in recent years, the most impactful, the most significant, one that's come at a really crucial time.
Yeah, the context, Omar, right, that Afia points out is, I think, really important here. It's why there are so many eyeballs on this throne speech in particular, this visit from a monarch. It's the timing of it all, right? We are facing down what a year ago we would never have thought would have happened, you know, with our closest friend and ally in the United States. We've been threatened with annexation, the use of economic force, deadly tariffs, punishing tariffs, and, you know, for it to result in a moment like this. And then I'm being drowned out by the man.
I was going to say, you're doing a great job keeping your focus.
Probably
with that
relief of many, yeah, no, but
let's listen in for a couple of minutes and then we'll resume.
sort of symbolism, the visuals that both Richard and Afia were referencing, like from start to finish, the planning, the execution of this, it's like, it is kind of like a magical sight to behold.
And happening very rapidly. I mean, as Richard Berthelsen was telling us not too long ago, I mean, these royal visits and tours take months to plan. The fact that this happened so quickly, which was necessary in the context of what we're seeing with these, you know, the relationship with the United States, and the royal couple really making sure that they wanted to present an image of being there for Canada at this time of tension. But also, you know, back to what we were saying, this is a hugely pivotal moment for the monarchy too, right? For them to be able to demonstrate their relevance when, you know, a lot of the time people are debating, you know, whether this institution has any merit in our day and age. They showed today that in this time of so-called need, at this time of, you know, when Canada's existence is being challenged by our southern neighbor, that they're going to show up, and they're going to show up quickly to be able to show Canadians that they're able to be there. And again, I mean, we've said it over and over again, but it has been only the third time since Confederation that a monarch has delivered a speech from the throne. So absolutely significant.
He made special reference in that speech to our national identity. Our correspondent, our colleague, Rachel Aiello, is actually at the airport awaiting their arrival there, the King and Queen's arrival there, with our minister, I believe, of national identity, Stephen Guilbeault. Rachel, I'll throw it over to you.
All right, it looks like we might be having some audio issues with
she'll be there soon, yeah.
She will. No, they're just working on that. We'll join her. But as we mentioned, the royal couple leaving here from the National War Memorial and then making their way to the Ottawa Airport, Hangar 11, from where VIPs leave and eventually depart. That journey is about 25 minutes, although, you know, with some of those roads blocked, they will probably make it there between 10 or 15 minutes. We're going to take a quick break and see you on the other side in a couple of moments. Stay with us. Of the throne speech and the royal visit, only the third time since Confederation that a sitting monarch has delivered the throne speech. Let's go to CTV's royal commentator, Richard Brithelson, who has been with us all morning. Richard, what were your general impressions of the throne speech when you heard it?
I felt it was a very carefully constructed speech. Obviously, it's a great privilege for the Carney government to have that speech read with all of their policy proposals. I mean, who would have thought we would have heard the King saying things like GST and all this kind of stuff? So, I mean, it was a terrific opportunity for them to get their message out from a royal voice. But I mean, it is a very carefully constructed speech. I would draw attention to the first 10 or 11 paragraphs in the speech, which are really likely coming directly from the palace, and of course that very strong ending about the true north, indeed the true north, strong and free. So those are the kind of touches that the King would have had. Of course, there are some very important statements in the speech about our sovereignty, our defense, and even our economic future that you can really link to the current situation. But I think the King straddled a very careful line, and the government really helped him by not asking him to say something that was more strident. Nor do I think that they would have wanted that, because this speech is really trying to look positively towards the future and not necessarily to dwell in some of the problems we've experienced in the last few months.
Are you surprised by the extent to which he did acknowledge the tensions without explicitly acknowledging the tensions with the U.S.?
I'm not surprised at all. I mean, I think that is the moment we're in. That is why this visit took place, 1 month after the election. The first possible opportunity for this visit to have taken place. It couldn't have taken place any time in the last 6 months, really, with the political instability in this country. And I think we also have to bear in mind, although we're focusing on that, this is also the King's first visit to Canada as sovereign, and it has been an incredibly positive start. For a very short visit, he met virtually the entire Canadian table of precedents, all the political leadership in the country in that Senate today, because he had that lovely moment to wander about while they were waiting for the MPs to come back, and then to have had the opportunity to talk to MPs on the way out. This was a really impactful visit on a personal basis. I mean, again, a lot of these people are well known to the King and the Queen, but this was an opportunity for him to really reconnect with Canada, to reset his relationship, because we haven't had these opportunities in the last few years, partly due to the pandemic, partly due to minority parliaments and everything else. So I think this has been extremely important, and I think Canadians also wanted to hear some of these messages from the King, from his own lips, and that was another critical aspect of this. The visuals have spoken extremely powerfully. Every time we've seen the armed forces, they've been in red and white. We have the RCMP. We've had a huge display, and of course, massive crowds in incredible weather. So what could go wrong? It was really a big success.
All right, CTV's Richard Brithelson, thank you so much for your analysis this morning.
Thank you.
Giving us lots really to chew on as we keep our eyes peeled. At the Ottawa airport, you can see the plane there ready to host once again, just 24 hours later, King Charles and Queen Camilla. Literally, it was at this time yesterday we were watching that plane taxi the runway, and the two of them disembarked. They packed a lot into this visit, Omar. We obviously spent the past few hours watching and witnessing what that meant as far as the throne speech and here at the War Memorial. But yesterday they spent a fair bit of time right in the heart of Ottawa talking to Canadians who had spent the morning assembling and waiting for their arrival.
Spending a lot of time with the crowds that had gathered here, some waiting for hours. And again, this is a live look at the plane there on the tarmac at Ottawa Airport outside Hangar 11, where the royal couple will be arriving shortly and then making their way back to the United Kingdom.
We're very lucky right now to be joined actually by a guest here on set with us who was front and center for the throne speech. The wonderful Mila Mulrooney is here. Mrs. Mulrooney, it's such a pleasure to see you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's great to be with you.
I appreciate you making the time for the conversation. We watched you sitting next to all of the former prime ministers and people, former governors general. Tell us what it was like to be in that room.
It was a great honor. It really was a great honor. And people were almost there was a euphoria in knowing that the king was going to read the throne speech. And it had been a long time between royalty reading our speeches. So it was a great honor for me and a privilege. And saw so many good old friends and met a lot of new young senators and had a chance to talk to former governor generals and with King Charles and Queen Camilla. Had a few words, and it was just a really deep pleasure for me to be there.
Your late husband, I remember interviewing him when the Queen passed away, and the number of stories that he had involving you, and the two of you kind of, you know, your story with the monarchy, the number of personal interactions, for example, were numerous to say the least. What does the monarchy mean to you?
Well, it's interesting because I think people always assume prime ministers and monarchs are very much at arm's length, but it wasn't the case. I think the Queen was very, very benevolent when it came to all her prime ministers and all of the world leaders, and she was very generous in a private space. And she was, she was amusing, she was funny, she was well-read. All those things I could say about King Charles as well. He was and is one of my favorite stories about King Charles. He was not King Charles when the story took place, but he came to play polo. He came to play polo in Florida, and I was there alone. So I went to have dinner with him and a group of people just off the polo grounds. And he was very troubled by what was going on in Romania, but with Ceausescu digging up all the graves and taking away all the history. And I was fascinated about it because, as you know, I was born in the former Yugoslavia. And so I was thinking about what would happen if this kind of thing continued in Eastern Europe. And so he said, I'll send you the book. And sure enough, he sent me the book, and he wrote me a beautiful card, which I think the archives had. Brian read it because we had Ceausescu come to visit.
Wow.
So I think it's he's got a lot of depth, intellectual depth, and he's a man of great interests and curiosity. And I think England and the Commonwealth will really benefit from that.
After the Queen passed away, your husband told me and was speaking to me about the role the Queen played in so-called soft diplomacy, right? Your husband was very much involved with other countries rallying against apartheid South Africa.
Yes.
And this is a role that the Queen herself took actively, even though the role itself, Ms. Verney, is not it's not a political role, right? Talk to me about, you know, some of the parallels of that soft diplomacy in what the Queen did and what the King did here today.
Well, that's an interesting, that's a very interesting comparison. I think, you know, people assume that the throne speech is written by the government of the day, which it is. But I think you felt the King's presence through it all. And this is a king who understands the complexity of the world right now. And in some ways, it was an olive branch. In other ways, it was a bit of a hammer. So I think it's going to be interesting to see. But I think he's up to the challenge, and I think I'm very hopeful that we'll be able to overcome everything that's thrown at us.
It was a delicate balance, and you know, and such a stunning moment of national unity. I think it was at your late husband's funeral at Notre Dame that we saw this tremendous gathering of politicians from, you know, various party lines coming together in one space, and we saw that again today in the Senate.
Yes. Well, I think that also Brian was a man who admired public service on every level, and he respected people who took a stand. He had issues with people who couldn't make up their mind. And I think King Charles today took a stand, and he is the head of the Commonwealth. It's a very volatile world right now, especially in Africa. And he's going to do a fabulous job. I think I think he knows what he needs to do as the leader. And look, everybody, I believe in working together and making it all work, and I hope our Prime Minister will do the same.
If your husband were here today, I mean, he had such a close relationship with your family did with Ronald Reagan. What do you think he would say about the current state of affairs between Canada and the U.S.?
You know, I couldn't tell you because the language would be a little foul. Although he was a very nice Catholic boy, he had his moments. But I do think that he would work across all party lines, and he would work across all languages, barriers, and as many of the groups that we belong to, whether it's NATO or NORAD or the United Nations. And he was a man that believed that consensus and teamwork was absolutely essential.
It's the King's first visit here as sovereign at the 20th.
Yes.
20th visit to Canada. I know you saw the crowds that had assembled here. Like, it was jam-packed. There is a huge crowd that came out to see the King both today and even yesterday, the King and the Queen, I should say. What do you think that says about the relevance of the monarchy in Canada right now, or even just about this moment for Canadians?
I believe that the monarchy is going to be around long after all of us are gone. I think it has a very important role to play, and I think people love pomp and ceremony. They need to celebrate something. They need to feel as a part of something, and having them come out and be, you know, cheek by jowl with the King of England and his Queen, I think just gave people the feeling that Canada was an important place in the minds of the world. And I was very happy to see it, and I'm so grateful for the weather.
Right?
Isn't it beautiful?
Yes, it's a stunning day. Did you feel that in the room as well?
Yes, yes, we did. And I mean, it was beautifully orchestrated. We got to shake hands with them. We got to talk with them. It was lovely. It was well done.
Well, I appreciate you making the time to come see us after all of it. It's such a pleasure to see you, Mrs. Mulroney. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
And there's the King and the Queen as they kind of make their final way through the tarmac, heading on to, they will eventually head on to the plane that will take them back to England. We've said it before, it's just 24 hours, Omar, a very quick trip. And Rachel Aiello is actually on the ground there, on the tarmac, I should say, to be more specific. Rachel, over to you.
Dignitaries and the Prime Minister come to and from this country. And we're watching behind me here, King Charles and Queen Camilla get ready to head back to the UK, wrapping up a whirlwind, just around 24-hour visit to this country. Now, what they're calling this here is an administrative departure. So there is no interaction with the public at this departure, but they are being met by 25 members of the Royal Canadian Dragoons, 2 members of the RCMP, as well as Canada's Minister for Canadian Identity and Culture, Stephen Guilbeault, who you might have caught me standing beside not too long ago. Sorry for that. This is really the end of quite a historic trip, as the King said in his speech from the throne, his 20th visit to this country, but his first as sovereign. Vassy?
Yeah, still lots of ceremony taking place there, Omar, on the tarmac. Rachel, thank you so much.
And this, by the way, is what they call an administrative goodbye.
I don't want to know what the real thing looks like.
This is a low-key goodbye, as they call it. But,
once again, shaking the hands, though, of everyone who has assembled, particularly members of law enforcement, in the case of down here at the War Memorial, the RCMP, the members of the military, the various dignitaries. Like, they stopped and shook hands with each and every one of them.
Certainly taking their time. And this goes back to what we were saying earlier. I mean, this is a pivotal moment for the monarchy to be able to prove its relevance, but also for this country's history. And it was interesting what Ms. Mulroney was saying to us moments ago about how the King struck this balance between the personal, right, acknowledging the previous visits that his mom had here and sort of why he was here, essentially, while at the same time delivering what throne speeches are meant to deliver, which is the government's message, which was basically, part 2 of this speech.
Yeah, and I think she reflected what sort of the bipartisan nature of the group who had assembled inside the Senate must have been thinking, right? Like this is a highly charged time politically, but at the same time, this threat from the U.S. has created a unique moment in time for our country. And you pointed to this earlier and even referenced it with the funeral, right? The last time we saw all of these politicians from different political parties come together was to recognize the loss and pay respect to the former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, of Mila Mulroney's husband. And now we see them back here together to show, kind of like in a show of strength, right? A show of, hey, we are about something, and this is part of that something, delivered through the throne speech, delivered through the most amazing visuals that we have witnessed over the last 24 hours, and continue to right until this last very moment when the King and Queen will get on that plane.
And as we watch them get on that plane, quick final thoughts from a couple of our guests. Let's go to Thea Hagen right now, who is in London, where the King and Queen are heading momentarily. Did the King, Thea, very quickly come here and do what he had to do?
Yes, he did. He came here and reaffirmed his place on the global stage. He came here and reminded everybody that he is the monarch, that Canada is a sovereign country, and he was so well received by the Canadian people, and that was really key as well. So this will be a success for him, absolutely.
All right, Thea, thank you for being part of our coverage this morning. And Richard Berthelsen, our royal commentator, how will this trip be remembered, Richard?
I think it's going to be remembered as a trip at a great moment of drama and tension for this country that was sort of diffused a little bit by the sense of people showing up in a great sense of unity and a strong sense of identity. It was his 20th visit. He's probably got more visits behind him than ahead, but it won't be the last, and it was a very strong start for his first visit as King of Canada, and we'll look forward to, I think, seeing him on these shores in the not-too-distant future. I'm sure the success of this visit will let the Prime Minister and his government know that there's ways the King can be helpful to us and useful to us in Canada in the future, and I think we'll look forward to that in the years ahead.
I think we have just a few seconds left. Yeah, I would love to get our strategist thoughts, but I'll save that for Power Play and for question period this week. I guess what I'm left with, we just have a few seconds left, are these images. Like Richard points out, at a time of great strain on this country, great worry and great anxiety, it was magical to witness. It was, I don't know, it was kind of cool. I don't know what other way to describe it. Feels like you're watching a key piece of history unfold live before our eyes.
Especially given how rare it is, right? I mean, the fact that the couple came here for fewer than 24 hours, and also the reception that they received, right? From the crowds that were gathered here for hours, some of them. You will have much more on Power Play this evening, and I'll have more on CTV National News tonight. Thank you for joining our special coverage of this historic throne speech. We'll see you later.
It is with a deep sense of pride and pleasure that my wife and I join you here today as we witness Canadians coming together in a renewed sense of national pride, unity, and hope. As the anthem reminds us, the true North is indeed strong and free.
Gold standard, gold dust, pot of gold, solid gold.